Oh, hey bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Everybody, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture, hot topics, and all that good stuff. So if that is a show for you, definitely stick around because we have quite a few topics to spill and dish about this afternoon in New York City. Or on the East Coast, I would say, including, of course, we got to talk about the sad news regarding, in the big and small screen world, Hayden Panettiere passed away at 36. So we'll get into that. It was a lot of stuff coming out, which is why would have had a show done earlier, but it was so much stuff coming out regarding this story. I was like, God damn, I'm trying to collect it all. So we'll get into as much as I'll try to give y'all as much information I was able to accommodate. It might be a lengthy topic when we get into that one, but there's a lot to talk about in regards to that. Plus, we also got, speaking of TV, Tyler Duckworth, who y'all may or may not know. If you ever watched The Challenge, you would be familiar with him. He also passed away a couple of days ago. He was 44 years old, so we'll get into that. He was on the show. He won, I think, maybe twice on The Challenge, so we'll get into that. He was a homosexual, too, so he was a part of the community. We'll get into that. Plus, we got some tea regarding Spider-Man. It's hit $2 billion in 3 weeks, so it's crossed the $2 billion mark. We all knew it was going to hit that number. It was just a matter of when it was going to happen, and now we know, so we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about box office, where Spider-Man still remained number one. And then we'll also get into End of Oak Street and a bunch of other movies that came out, which was challenging it. We'll also get into D23 because they did spill some tea on a couple of things. We saw the trailers to, well, I did. I saw the trailer to Ahsoka season 2, which has actually got me quite interested because I thought the first season was all right. Season 2 looks really good, so we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about X-Men because the official cast, some of the cast members are coming. I don't think they've told us all of them, but we'll get into some of the people that have been announced as members of the upcoming Jake Schreier X-Men in the MCU. We also got to talk about the DCU, what is going on over there, because it seemed like y'all cancel more shows than getting them actually made. And so Amanda Waller series and Wonder Woman prequel looks like that's not happening after they were talking about that. Plus, we're going to tell a bunch of other shows that they decided to cancel along the way. We also got to talk about Raz-B said he wants a B2K Destiny's Child NSYNC stadium tour. A little ambitious, I would say, on his part, but we'll get into it. Are y'all here for that or no? So we'll get into that. Plus, Netflix is looking at Tyra Banks like, girl, you need to shift your wig because you done lost your damn mind with this stupid ass defamation lawsuit you trying to come for us for. So Netflix has clapped back in that whole situation. We'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about the lawsuit with Selena Gomez, where they said that she was trying to do some mental health type of situation and defrauded these people out of their money. She was like, oh no, y'all out your mind with that. So she has clapped back over that. Plus, we got some good news in this whole Malcolm-Jamal Warner situation regarding the settlement with his wife and daughter and the whole situation. So all that is kind of, I guess we could say it's been cleared up, but we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Tracee Ellis Ross is saying, was it racism that led to the fact that shows like Jay Leno, The Tonight Show with Jay Leno, and David Letterman and so many of the nighttime talk shows back in the day basically paid their show dust because they weren't in there with like the Friends and all that other stuff. So they felt like even though their show was huge in the ratings, they were paid dust by a lot of the big networks, especially when it came to the late night situation. We'll get into the latest on Perez Hilton, where his sister is talking. It's funny how they want privacy. They want all this other stuff, but the sister ain't wasting no time getting her ass up on the social medias or the internet or speaking with the blogs or whatever the case is to tell her brother's business. But y'all want privacy. Okay. So and also Lily Wachowski, who directed one half of The Matrix. She co-directed The Matrix, says that Hollywood doesn't want to make her next film because it features a lot of trans people up in it. Now, speaking of trans, Laverne Cox did her interview with T.S. Madison. We're going to break that down because she talked about the MAGA boyfriend, a whole bunch of other stuff. Very good interview. We also got to talk about Heated Rivalry. They've added some more people to the upcoming second season cast. And we got to talk about RuPaul's Drag Race because they pretty much told us what we already knew. it's been renewed for season 19. And already Rue put out a video telling y'all to send in y'all audition tapes for season 20. So, and honey, when I show y'all that wig she had on when she did that announcement, it was a choice. Oh, that's all I'm gonna say. But I just wanted to be like Sheree to Kim Zolciak and shift it a little bit because it looked a mess. But anyway, so we have that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, please hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, do all the things to help put this show out in that good old algorithm on the YouTube and things of that nature. And also we're on Facebook where I'm streaming on a bunch of other different platforms as well. And thank you all for who is all tuning in, be it on the YouTube, the Facebook, and everywhere else that we do over here in these streets. Funny enough, I just upped the price on the thing. I think I could have added more streams to the situation, but I forgot. I'll try that the next time we do another show. I just realized that I could add more because before, when I was paying the other price, you can only do 3. So I did 2 of the Facebooks and 1 YouTube. Now that I'm paying damn near $100 for the StreamYard, because all the stuff that comes with it, um, I could have probably added on my other situations as well. But anyway, let me hit the banner. Let's see who's in the comments and all that other stuff. Gotta wait a second as it pops up. Who's in the comments? Shadow Girl is here. Said, I'm still in complete shock. Hayden was one of my childhood it girls. R.I.P. Our Ice Princess. She's with Michelle. Oh yeah, Michelle Trachtenberg. Child, I forgot about Michelle. Yeah, may she rest in peace too. It's just so sad to hear so many of these girls that I grew up watching on, the big and the small screen are no longer with us. It's just so shocking. But yeah, we're definitely gonna get into the whole Hayden situation. But yeah, she was one of my faves as well. And I'm mad because it's like, damn, now we probably not gonna get that Kirby Reed series that they were talking about. I was distraught of her passing the other day. I was hoping she would return for her role as Kiari for Kingdom Hearts 4. Then I found out this morning Sailor Mermaid is in the building. Onyx is here. Robert said, quiet, my show was on. I kept it hidden. My mom got diagnosed with lung and brain cancer. I need a week off. Oh, sorry to hear about what's going on with your mother. I know it's not easy to deal with when someone's got cancer and all this other stuff because I've had family members who passed away from it. I think majority of us have had family members who probably passed away from the big C. But yeah, sorry, I know your mother works a lot too because you was always talking about that. Yeah, I was gonna talk about that, but it's just so many topics that I'm probably gonna have to save that for another day. That whole story with the Robert Clavillis thing. And now Inde is getting huge backlash, being accused of being overexposed. Here's the thing, because I just saw that Kayla Says put a video out about it. I didn't watch it because I've been so engulfed in trying to accumulate so much information regarding the whole Hayden Panettiere stuff and Perez. So those have kind of been the 2 people that I've just been engulfing a lot of like sucking up a lot of information on right now because their stories are still fresh. But where on God's green earth is Inde Navarette fucking overexposed? She did one movie, Obsession, which a lot of y'all fans of that, y'all need to seriously go outside and touch grass because there's been so many little discourses that y'all been putting on social media and accusing people of being certain things that they're not because they're being critical of a movie or y'all taking that movie a little too seriously. First of all, it's a horror film. Number 2, the Wish Willow, whatever the fuck it's called, it's not a real thing. Y'all need to relax, release. I'm only saying that because I just watched that new trailer for A Different World and it actually looks good. So that relax, relate, release line is fresh in my head. And I'm actually looking forward to seeing that show when it comes out next month. But the whole thing about Inde being overexposed, where? I've only seen her in 2 movies. I saw her the other day, not too long ago, and I was like, why does she look familiar? She did a movie with it was an action film. Was it with Jason Statham? I can't remember. No, it was an action film where it was no, it was Dave Bautista. That's what it was. I think it was called Trap House. She was in that movie where she played. Well, I don't know if I want to spoil it for y'all, but there was a little twist of who her character was. So it was a good. That was a good movie. I saw it. I think it was on Hulu, one of them channels. That was a good action film. And then I saw an Obsession. So there's only two freaking movies that I've seen her in. Obsession, because it blew up, it made her a star. So now she just got a role as Rogue, and y'all talking about she's overexposed. Like, how's she overexposed? Y'all don't even know what. I just think the people that say this don't even know what the meaning of the word overexposed means. Because if you knew what overexposed, let me give you an example, because people are a little slow. Overexposed would be Pedro Pascal a couple of months ago, where there was like 6 movies that came out in a year and he was in them. That's overexposed. Overexposed, I would say, was kind of. I guess we could we say Zendaya and Tom Holland, how they popping up in every damn thing all of a sudden. Zendaya's in 3 movies this year that's coming out, and they're big films. She was in Odyssey. She was in Spider-Man: Brand New Day, and she's about to be in another movie coming out later this year, Doom 3. So that's over. That would be overexposed. When you got somebody that's in multiple movies and they all coming out around the same time. It's like, mind you, I shot all this shit 2 years ago, but now they decide 2026 is the year we just gonna put everything with me out. That's not my fault. It's just I'm out here grinding and doing the work. It's just the way they lined everything up. Every 3 months, I got a new movie out. That would be overexposed, not you in one damn movie and the media is hyping it up. That's not overexposed. So I think people need to understand the difference. But anyway, oh yes, happy belated birthday to Santa. She turned 68 yesterday. And the sad part is Hayden's birthday is coming up this week. Her birthday is the same day as my father's, August 21st. I had no idea. So yeah, she got a birthday coming up. She would have been 37, and now she's not here. But yeah, happy birthday to the queen. We saw the pictures of her and Akeem looking all lovey-dovey. I have not been getting back into rewatching Heroes, only because I only liked the first season. Afterwards, that show was a mess. Hmm. One YouTuber, Alex Myers, had a horrible take and sided with Bear. Let's just say he left it in. Look, all I said about the Bear situation is there have been many of us who will be in that situation. If you had the opportunity to make the person that you were madly in love with fall in love with you, and it had to do with magic, we would all take the opportunity, because we've all been in a situation, men, women, anybody in between, have always fallen for someone who doesn't share the same feelings. So if we could have that opportunity, we would do it. It's just when it's done, now you see what happens, the consequence of your actions. So I like that whole idea of that situation. So I understood where he was coming from, but do I side with Bear? Hell no, because Bear did some unfathomable things in that damn movie. He knew at certain points that it was wrong what he was doing, and yeah, towards the end, but he tried to get out of it. Yeah, but beforehand, he was down with the shits until it got too much for him to deal with, and then he was trying to find ways to backpedal. But no, you don't get points for that. I mean, exactly. That's overexposed. She always coming out with a record, and then of course she got gagged because everybody was like, "That new album is a chop." Mm-hmm. So Zendaya is definitely overexposed. I remember Joan Rivers loves Zendaya. Mm-hmm. People are shocked that Hayden was such an icon to the Black community. I saw a thread saying when Britney dies, hug your Black friends. Oh, because Britney was her character, and what was that? Bring It On, one of them damn movies that she was in. Was she in Bring It On? Not Bring It On. Bring It On, because Bring It On had Elijah Dushku and um Kirsten Dunst. But didn't she do a Bring It On movie? Speaking of which, I got to tell y'all before we get into the show. So I did 2 Olivia Dean shows. Let me tell you, I have officially become an Olivia Dean fan. Thank you. That's why I was like, I knew I wasn't bugging. Wasn't that the one with Solange? I was like, I know she did a Bring It On movie. Anyway, I did the third show was tonight because you're doing 4, and then this week we got 3 Jonas Brothers. I feel like I'm doing 3 Jonas Brothers, 2 Harry Styles, and partridge in a pear tree. Like, it's definitely giving that because it's like a countdown. So yeah, I'm doing 2 Harry Styles this month. I'm doing 2. Yeah, it's 2 Jonas Brothers because they're doing 3 shows this week, and I'm doing 3 Olivia Dean's, which is I'm doing Olivia Dean tomorrow. Her show is tonight. Let me tell you, that girl puts on an amazing show. I even had people who had no idea who she was like older people that were like, how amazing she is. I could definitely see, like, when I watched her perform her two shows at the Garden, I was like, this girl's gonna be around for a long time. I definitely see it in her. She is charismatic, gorgeous up close. Because where I was literally right across in the B stage, so I had like a direct eye line to her. When you on the big stage, it was like okay, whatever. But she came to the B stage, which I was positioned stationed close to because I was working like the little suite area, and so I'm like direct eye line, and I'm like physically she was giving me Zendaya, Aaliyah tease with like the hair and the body and the looks and all. She's kind of got that going, but vocal musically, I was like she was giving me Shaka Khan. She was giving me because I remember I had a white woman that was cousin. She was like, there was certain thing like they would have a conversation. They were trying to think of like who she was reminding me. I said she was giving me Diana Ross, which is like, I was like, yeah, Diana Ross. She was giving me Shaka Khan, and so she was giving me kind of that vibe. That's why I was like, you want to know something? I definitely because she had disco balls that came out at one point. She was giving me Amy Winehouse too. I definitely agree with you on that because I was thinking Amy Winehouse as well. So I think like I would love for her to do like a disco record. Like hit up Nile Rodgers. I need her to do a disco record with like full instrumentation, everything. First of all, her band was sickening. Her backup singers, bitch, I was gagging with the amount of like how in simpatico they were. Like the vocals was gagging me the entire time. I was like, yes, this is giving me. This is where I'm like, I feel like in a way because we get spoon fed so much auto tune and fluff and all that other mess. And I don't mind a little pomp and circumstance with the show, but seeing someone of this current generation who literally took the time, like they really up there performing, giving a full show, singing like the mic is on, because then a lot of mic is on. I'm like, bitch, that mic ain't on. That mic is not on. Y'all don't be knowing the tricks that I be knowing, but it's like, that mic is not on. Yeah, you getting a live vocal, but that ain't necessarily coming out that throat of your fave. So, because they be having that pitch correction on them and the mics too. Y'all ain't know about that, but they do. But Olivia is definitely the real deal. I can't praise that girl enough. I started really because before I wasn't really getting into her like that. I mean, I listened to her a little bit because she opened for Sabrina Carpenter, and that was the first time I became aware of Olivia Dean because I realized like a lot of the young girls that was there for Sabrina, they was really like I saw a lot of people really getting animated for Olivia. And I'm like, who is this girl? Like everybody's getting caught up in this girl. And so that's when I started paying attention to her. And this new album came out, bitch. Let me tell you, this new album is everything that she got. So if y'all not an Olivia Dean fan, or if you're not familiar, get on board because she is it. And I say clip that because I want that. I'm gonna probably clip this and put it up on the thing. Some Olivia Dean praise. Yeah, she was in that movie. Saying Britney Spears, colossal black people said Taylor Swift would never have the black household on the. Well, no, black people ain't listening to her like that. Um, yeah, black people is not listening to Taylor, not like that. We gonna side eye you if you are. I see her carrying the torch for Amy Winehouse without the. Yeah, she's definitely not one of those girls that's getting caught up in the drugs and stuff. But yeah, basically, like some of her singing and the music and stuff, I was like, and then they had some girl that came out before her called Baby Rose. She was good too. And it's funny because I didn't even realize Olivia Dean was British until she started talking. You said, "I'm sure the music is great, but it's so uninteresting to my personal taste. And music is just R&B ballads that appeal to a generation that didn't grow up with the ballads, so they're gagging." Well, there was. Let me tell you, there was quite a few ballads, but there was some up tempo tracks in there too. That's why I said that we definitely need more. I need her to do like I need her to go to more Diana Ross. Upside down, you turn me, you're ringing up with this thing to bleed. Like I need her to go there. I need you to get a little funky with your music. I need you to get a little shaka khan, shaka 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 khan. That's all. I need her to get a little funky with it. It's like the band is there. She was bouncing around the stage. Like she definitely looks like she wants to go there with the music. So I definitely think like I need you to give a little more ballad, a little less ballad, a little more up tempo. Because I don't need you to. Who's that girl that came out with that song "Messy"? Because the only time I like that song "Messy" is when I hear the Chris Lake remix. When they put the dance remix on it, that's when I live. But um, oh, Lola Young, thank you, because you put it in there. It was like I don't even think you meant to do. but but yeah, Lola Young. I only like that "Messy" song, but only because it got a dance beat behind it. When I listen to the regular song, I'm like, okay, I feel like I'm doing. But I need a little more of that. I was gonna crump too. I said, let me start crumping. I know we need to get into the topics, but the comments are the key. It said Expose had their first single, first year I was in high school, 80s, and they still doing shows 41 years later, and they actually sing. We love Expose over here. Notice how all the new gen vocalists are from England. Olivia Dean Ray. Yeah, they taking a lot of our stuff from America, and there's a lot of the UK girls are pretty much doing that. hmm You said obviously things don't change. Well, some people would say Beyonce would be the Tina Turner of this generation, but we definitely need like a Tina Turner girl. We need somebody that can get up on that stage and give a little funk, give a little rock and roll, give a little of that stuff. But yeah, some people would definitely want. We definitely need a Tina Turner of this generation. Who that girl gonna be? Probably gonna be a British chick. I remember you telling us the story. Well, telling me the story. But anyway, let's get back. Let's get into the show, chair, because we got a lot to cover regarding this Hayden Panettiere tea. So let's get into her. Unfortunately, we have some sad news. Child, I woke up this morning, was not expecting to hear this news. So last night, what was I doing? Oh, I was watching a movie because I was like, there's nothing really going on in the world of entertainment. I wasn't even in the mood to do a show yesterday because I was off. So I was like, no, I think I'm gonna just spend this day like catching up on TV shows or whatever, excuse me, or whatever the case is. So I watched a lot of my YouTube videos that I had kind of lagging on the side for the past week because y'all know I've been crazy busy. So I was catching up on that. Then I watched the movie. Then I watched the pilot episode of Lanterns, which was actually pretty good. And then after that, I went to sleep. Woke up this morning and gagged because I was like my phone literally was blowing up with a lot of messages and stuff and the other, and it was like Hayden Panettiere dead at 36. I said, nah, I know this a damn lie. So I was literally just scrolling around looking to see if this was confirmed. And yeah, TMZ and all the major trades and all other stuff was confirming that yes, we lost young actress, child star, who basically came out the womb acting because her mother pretty much just shoved her in the spotlight. And we don't get into some tea regarding her no good ass mother when we talk about this, because her mother used her as a damn cash cow. Especially if y'all seen that Jay Shetty interview that she did. I love Jay Shetty because he be doing some real. He gets down to the nitty gritty of the conversations, like real nuanced stuff, and gets down into the down to the bone marrow into finding out like why people, people in relationships and things of that nature. I love this interview that he did with Madonna a couple of like a while ago, maybe been a year ago when they did that interview, and then I just loved his interview that he did with Hayden. But anyway, so the actress rep confirmed the news, telling people in a statement shared on behalf of her father, Alan Panettiere, which I think we went by Skip, said that it was with profound sadness that we share the tragic passing of our beloved Hayden. She was an incredible light and a force of nature that brought immeasurable love and joy to all who knew her and to the millions who watched her on screen. Now, Hayden died on August 16th after details surrounding her death they said further details surrounding her death are not immediately available. Well, this was earlier when I got the story, but I do have more information on this. So let's just get through the situation. And shout out to ABC News, who were the first to report on this. But we'll get into the like further details in a second. But I just want to praise her for a minute and her discography or filmography. Sorry. So her professional acting career began in 1994 when she was cast in well, they said it was when she was on One Night to Live, but let me tell y'all, Hayden started at like maybe a year old, like as a baby. Her mother was trotting her around to audition. She popped up in like at least over a dozen commercials before she broke through on One Life to Live in 1994. And I remember her when she was on One Life to Live. So she continued her soap work in 1996, starring in CBS's Guiding Light, and they later returned to the show from 1997 to 2000. The star made her film debut at age of 9 as the narrator of the voice of Princess Dot in Pixar's A Bug's Life, which came out in 1996, before she landed one of her most notable roles, the football-loving young daughter of assistant coach Bill Yost, played by Will Patton in the biographical film Remember the Titans, which came out in 2000. I do remember that movie. And that was like one of my favorite football movies. Okay, so now Panettiere's acting career continued with and Friday Night Lights, the movie and the TV series, that was another one that I loved. And what was the one that the football movie where Scott Conn showed his butt? And James Vanderbeek was in it. I like that movie too. But anyway, well, you can tell I just like footballers and butts. But anyway, so Panettiere's acting career continued with various TV projects, including Ally McBeal and Malcolm in the Middle, as well as films such as Tiger Cruise, Ice Princess, and Bring It On All or Nothing. Something we actually talked about earlier in regards to the whole Bring It On. So I was like, wait a minute, wasn't she in a Bring It On movie? She was. In 2006, Panettiere landed one of her lead roles on NBC's Heroes, playing a high school cheerleader with self-healing powers. And that was when her career catapulted to international fame, where, they came out with the line, save the cheerleader, save the world, and all that other stuff. And then I believe at that point, she was a young girl dating Milo Ventimiglia, which they tried to keep that a secret. But that relationship didn't work out. Now, following the finale of Heroes in 2010, she starred in Scream 4, which came out in 2011, and she later reprised her fan favorite role in Scream 6, which came out in 2023. Because remember, she was allegedly killed off by Rory Culkin's character, who she finally was like connecting with because she had a thing for him, but like to string him along. And he's like, well, now you want to acknowledge me in this whole situation. So she was supposed to get killed off, but I think the fans loved her character so much. And to me, she came across as because we needed a Randy Meeks for the franchise. After y'all done kill Randy off, it was just that void that was missing. And now I think they feel like they give it to us in Mindy. But before there was a Mindy and a Chad, I felt like Kirby, who her character was in the Scream films, was that void that we needed from a Randy type character, and she was definitely given that. And it was like a pretty girl who's also like a horror movie nerd and wasn't just just a like the usual Friday 13th and Michael Myers and all like that. No, she was going deep with the horror films. The Hills Run Red, I Spit on Your Grave. Like you digging up old shit, old classic horrors that I actually love. So when her character was kind of doing that, we were living for it. So now her return to acting, they said, came years later through Scream 6 and subsequent projects, including Amber Alert, which came out in 2024, and 2025's A Breed Apart. Her final role, Sleepwalker, hit theaters in January. I didn't even know about that movie. And then also from 2012 to 2018, she starred opposite Connie Britton in 6 seasons of the show Nashville, where she had to be a triple threat. She had to sing, dance, and act and stuff in there. Now, in her personal life, she became a mother in 2014 of December when she and her then fiance, Vladimir Klitschko, well, that's with a W, not a V, welcomed a daughter, Kaya Evdoglia. Okay, her name is Kaya, because I'm not even trying to go there with them Russian names. Now, the former couple raised Kaya, now 11 together for the first 4 years, but in 2018, she gave full custody to Vladimir. She addressed the decision during a May episode of Jay Shetty's podcast On Purpose, denying the heartbreaking claim that she gave away Kaya. Now, at the time of the custody change, Panettiere was seeking treatment for alcoholism, substance abuse, and postpartum depression. Because, yeah, she was going through it. She was in a crazy relationship with Vladimir. He was a boxer. Um, She's like, everything was fine. I worked through my entire pregnancy with her, but once the baby came out, she almost died from giving birth. That it was a very tough birth. And once she had the baby, a lot of people don't talk about the fact that women deal with what happens after you push the baby out? There's that postpartum depression. There's those things that you're dealing with where hormones and everything changes. Your body changes. I guess people don't feel, what people fail to realize that your body changes once you bring a baby into the world. All these different chemicals and hormone imbalance and all this other stuff. And there needs to be things put in place where we address those things, but we have a government that wants to deny women rights for any kind of reproductive or post-reproductive situations. There's nothing put in place to help women deal with a lot of these things, especially when you're talking about mental health. And plus, there was a lot of things that she was going through pre her, when she was a kid. She talks about in the Jay Shetty podcast how her mother, she was always trying to fight for the love of her mother. She said her father was someone who was, I believe, a lieutenant in the fire department, and her mother was basically her momager. She's momager. If you know, you know from Drag Race. So her mother was her manager, and she said that everything she did was always to please her mother. And if everything wasn't perfect, if the acting didn't go well, if things didn't go the way it was supposed to go, it was going to be a rough situation between her and her mother. So they had like this bizarre relationship. And Hayden spent her entire childhood trying to please her mother and thinking that that was the love that she was getting, because she said, I never have known a moment where I actually had a mother, because for her entire life, she was on a movie set or a TV set. She was doing commercials, she was doing TV shows, she was doing soap, she was doing movies. And once they found out that she could cry on cue, they put crying scenes in everything that she was doing. So I do think because of the love her mother refused to give her, that may have driven Hayden to a lot of the issues that she had over the years, seeking love from the wrong men, particularly Brian Hinkerson, who they said she got back together with. And remember, she broke up with his ass years ago because he put paws on her. He was accused of abusing her, and I believe that she wrote that in her book. And speaking of the book, we're gonna get into that in a minute, because I've seen a couple of y'all, as you YouTubers and things of that nature, that are creating this conspiracy theory stating that Hollywood killed her because she exposed Hollywood in her book. That y'all making it seem like somebody snuck in her room, shot her ass up with drugs, and caused her to go into cardiac arrest. Because that's the latest news that we're gonna get into. The fact that there has the autopsy was done, and what people said, there was Narcan found in the room, and she was unresponsive. So she left LA with Brian to go to, what was it, South Carolina? I think that's where they went. Because I was trying to see where that was, because I did find in Men's Journal they brought that up. That they I don't remember. I think they did. They went down. I think it was South Carolina they went to. But anyway, that's neither here. If it comes up in one of the stories, I'll confirm it. But I believe it was South Carolina that they left LA to go to another state, and now she's not alive. So yeah, I believe a lot of that played into it too. The fact that she was seeking love from someone who was never willing to give it to her. And she did mention in the Jay Shetty podcast that when she finally had the courage to tell her mother, you know what? I don't want you to be my manager anymore. I want an actual relationship with you as my mother. And this was, I believe, when she was at the height of her career on Heroes. She called them on her trailer. They had a conversation, and her mother basically, her response was, you owe me. Bitch, what do I owe you? Because literally you was using me as a cash cow. Or Hayden's mother came across as many Hollywood moms and some dads that couldn't make it on their own, tried to be the actor, because remember, her mother was an actress too. Probably more Maureen Prescott than anything. If you know, you know. But her mother was trying to make it and stuff in the industry, couldn't hack it. So you use your child as your meal ticket. And Hayden became the big star. So I believe that while all of this was going on and you pushing your daughter to do the things that you couldn't accomplish, I'm sure there was some resentment in the fact that, damn, they want my kid more than they want me. And then also, let's not forget, Hayden brought up in her book that she wound up on a boat or a yacht, it might have been, having fun, partying, whatever the case was. And some girl that she trusted that was supposed to be her friend tried to pimp her out to a well-known actor who she said that she took her down into the room He was like this, arms up, probably no clothes on, dick out, waiting to be serviced. I really wish you would have mentioned who the fuck it was, so we would have been able to see know who it was, and cancel their ass. But she didn't tell that tea. She just told what happened to her. And people need to realize this is something that goes on a lot, especially when you're talking about the Epstein files, when you're talking about like whose other names is on that list. We were talking about the Epstein files. We're talking about so much abuse that goes on in the industry. We talk about yachting. We've mentioned yachting on this show before. That there have been actors. They've even lumped Zac Efron as being a yacht victim. That he goes on a lot of that he does a lot of yachting and hanging out with these rich men and be who knows what goes on on them yachts when he on there. But Hayden told y'all what was going on on these little yachts and the things that go on. And she said that she tried her best to hide in different places because she didn't know that this was something that this girl was subjecting herself to. And y'all know many a times again, y'all be thinking women are innocent. Women are fucking worse when it comes to this stuff, when it comes to sexual abuse. Y'all be so quick to go after the men. Y'all need to go after the women too. There are lots of Ghislaine Maxwell's that exists in this situation. Have y'all never watched the episode of Law and Order Special Victims Unit? How many times have we seen episodes? I was just watching one the other day where there was this girl that kind of looked like Emma Stone with a nose piercing. Went and there was this girl who wound up going to a frat party, lied about her damn age, was getting hunched by at a frat party, took her little sister out with her, thought her sister was gonna go home on her own or whatever, while she go out and lay low and spread it out and carry because she want to be grown. Sister ended up getting kidnapped. I think and the girl went and found her, kidnapped her, and this dude that was making child porn videos basically was going to use her as his next little thing. I said, I'd have whooped that girl ass. Now, the sister, of course, got found and everything. Olivia and them found her and everything. But I'm sitting there like, oh, I'd have whooped your ass because now you want to be out here, be fast in the ass, and of course your sister get kidnapped and get caught up in a child sex situation. And this is stuff you got to deal with in this industry. People just want to have their dream and be famous and make movies and this, that, and the other. It wasn't up to Hayden, though. Hayden was pushed into it by her mother, who couldn't hack it as an actress. But there's people out here who literally have dreams to want to be famous. And then you got to deal with the dark side where people get caught up in situations. We talked about what's his name? The one from the Nickelodeon situation. Why can't I remember his name? The one that the man was trying to push up on him and grape him, and the father was trying to protect him from getting abused, and then he went and trying to come between the father and the mother dumbass literally pushed the father out the way and got her son SA'd because now the father who's being the crutch and being in the way. Why am I thinking of The Secret Life of Zack and Cody? That's not even what it is. Why is my brain telling me that? It's not even that. It was okay, so you said yeah, it was South Carolina. Okay, I was right. I know y'all know who I'm talking about. But I'll get to the rest of y'all comments after the fact. What's his name? It wasn't Julia. Why is Julia Ormond's name popping up? My camera is acting a fool. Drake Bell. I knew it was like I knew it was gonna come to me eventually. It was Drake Bell. That's what I was referring to. So, um, yeah, so there's that. So, she had a lot of things that she was dealing with. She hit rock bottom. She had postpartum depression. She was doing mixing prescription drugs and alcohol, which is not a good thing. So there was just a lot that she was going through, and then she finally came, and it seemed like it was a full circle moment where she wrote the memoir. This is Me a Reckoning, and she talked about a lot of things that was in the book, which it would be like dealing with powerful Hollywood figures and the thing about her daughter letting her live with her father and stuff and navigating fame at a young age, her romantic relationships with the public eye, and also let's not forget she had a brother, Jansen, who passed away from, they said, an enlarged heart, but I believe also he was doing drugs as well. So the fact of the matter is you have two children, young children, who the parents have had to bury. That's it. And you know what's horrible about this whole, because I've heard some people say, "Oh, I feel for the parents." I don't. I don't know about the father because he came out and said what he said, but fuck the mother. The mother can go jump off a cliff and play in a ditch somewhere. Because after Hayden came out with what she came out with this book, this bitch had the unmitigated gall to get up on social media and talk about, or she might have done some interviews and try to debunk the things that Hayden would say. Oh, it's that bad. She coming out as bisexual. You think I'm gonna tell my mother I eat pussy on the side if she need to know? It ain't none of your fucking business. You don't know what I do in the privacy of my own situation. So for you to sit there and say that I'm trying to come out as bi for attention and that I'm making certain things up in my book, it's like, fuck you, bitch. That's how I feel. So I don't give condolences to the mother. Fuck her. But I do feel for Hayden. Now, before we move on, there were some celebrities that came and gave their condolences, and we'll get into it. I told you it was going to be a lengthy one. So, but the cause of death, they were saying, because they said the autopsy was complete. We'll get into the celebrity things in a minute. They said the autopsy was complete, and that they said that on August 16, approximately 1:51 p.m., a 911 call was received regarding a reported cardiac arrest. Reads a statement from the Greenville County Coroner's Office on Monday, August 17th. First responders and emergency medical services arrived on scene and located a female in cardiac arrest. EMS personnel initiated advanced cardiac life support measures. However, resuscitation efforts were unsuccessful, and the individual was pronounced deceased at 2:32 p.m. And the Greenville County Coroner's Office confirmed they initiated a parallel investigation with the Greenville City Police Department, saying, quote, the decedent has been identified as Hayden Leslie Panettiere, 36, of California. Panettiere was found unresponsive inside the residence where she had been temporarily staying. Panettiere's autopsy was completed on Monday, and as they said, an autopsy? No, okay, that don't make no damn sense. So basically, it said there was no signs of trauma that would have contributed to her death. Cause of cause of manner of death remain pending upon further investigation and the completion of additional studies. So they're keeping it active and ongoing. They have no stuff able to release at this time. But after they posted that, People magazine is confirming that it might have been an OD. So, according to the dispatch audio obtained by People, officials were heard discussing an overdose and cardiac arrest around the time of Panettiere's death. The Greenville Police Department and Greenville County Coroner's Office are leading the investigation into her death. The preliminary investigation has not indicated any signs of foul play or suspicious circumstances. This is what a spokesperson of Greenville Police Department said. But so they do feel like they said an acquaintance of Miss Panettiere placed the 911 call. So was it the alleged boyfriend that she got back with that may have placed that call? Brian Hinkerson, was he the one that placed the call? I don't know. I haven't heard it. So I don't know if it's a male voice or a female voice. Could have been an assistant that was also there. So yeah, EMS and everybody did what they did. They arrived on the scene. They located the female in cardiac arrest. They did what they did, and they pronounced her deceased at 2:32. So they said there was no signs of trauma. So it's not like maybe that a lot of people thinking that, oh, she was unalived or whatever the case is. It looks like to me that as someone who has battled substance abuse and may have been clean for a while, fell off the wagon. And a lot of times when people don't like cleanse their body of the drugs and all this other stuff, and then they go and get that little high again, the body goes into shock. It has happened many a times. So that could be what has transpired through this situation. Now, so I'll definitely keep you abreast of this story as it develops. But in the meantime, this is what they're saying, that it could have been a possible OD. We'll find out when they do a further autopsy. I mean, that was kind of quick that they put that autopsy out, but they're saying they will, yeah, no signs of foul play. But they're gonna have to check them organs and see what drugs was in her system, if that is what she may have died from. Now, last but certainly not least, like I was saying before, let's get into the celebrity condolences. So Viola Davis shared a moving tribute to Panettiere on Instagram. She and her husband Julius Tenen star with Panettiere in the 2016 courtroom drama Custody. What an amazing talent you were. So gifted, Davis wrote. Julius and I love working with you. And oh, why soul was such a deep heart. I wish the world had more time with you because I had a burning curiosity about who you were becoming. I saw this beautiful phoenix rising from the ashes. Your test became your testimony, and your testimony became our legacy. You will be remembered. Rest well, Hayden, sending healing prayers to your family, your daughter, and all who loved you. May they always speak your name. Oh, wait, let me put that up there because I forgot I had the headline. Panetiere's close friend and One Tree Hill star Bethany Joy Lenz also penned a lengthy remembrance on social media alongside photos of them over the years, saying, I'm crushed, Lenz wrote. I knew the wild little blonde. Was she 9, 10? I was 18. She ran through the Screen Gym studio hallways at 222 East 44th Street laughing and playing games in between blocking and camera rehearsals. Long, unruly curls trailing behind her. She knew her lines and everyone else's. Her intelligence was astonishing. She understood scenes and nuance and human struggle like no child I'd ever seen on camera. And she'd sit with you for a great conversation, then giggle and go play. She continued, we'd connect on and off over the years, like the cousin in the family reunion who got famous and life moved her away. But I always felt such joy seeing her when we were lucky enough to cross paths. We'd make a pact and talk soon. Lunch, dinner, somewhere we could curl up into a corner, but we never quite made it happen. I almost stayed up to date through mutual friends. Lenz concluded, I don't understand how this is real. Everyone seemed to be turning around. She was coming back to life, wasn't she? It's too young, and there's still so much more life. And her daughter, Hayden, you are surrounded by love. I'm sorry for every moment I didn't reach out or check in. This can't be real. And look, this is why people definitely need to just check in on your friends because you never know how long we have on this earth. Like tomorrow is not promised to any of us. Now, former child star Allison Stoner, who voiced Chiari in the Kingdom Hearts video game series after Panettiere originated the role, posted a tearful video on Instagram saying, from one Chiari to another, I just want to acknowledge the tremendous loss not only for the Kingdom Hearts family, but of course for the close loved ones and the millions of lives that Hayden reached. Stoner said, I'd be thinking of Hayden and the legacy that she had left. Heartbroken to hear, well, and this is Derek Huff wrote, heartbroken to hear about Hayden's passing. And, he starred alongside her on Nashville, saying, the little time I got to spend with her, she was so sweet, so kind. I've always admired her work and the joy she brought people. Now let's get to the Scream comments because a lot of people from the Scream franchise have sent their condolences, such as writer Kevin Williamson, who posted a photo of on his Instagram stories of Panettiere in character in Scream 4 with 3 red hearts, and Melissa Barrera, one of Panettiere's co-stars in Scream 6, shared "Rest in peace, sweet Hayden" on her IG stories. Broken Heart, I Love You, Hayden, Panettiere Scream 4 co-star David Arquette commented on Variety's Instagram post. Scream 4's Emma Roberts wrote, rest in peace, my sweet friend. You are so loved and you will be forever missed. Ice Princess co-star Kim Cattrall also posted on Instagram writing, rest in peace, sweet Hayden, gone far too soon. Speaking of Jay Shetty, in his podcast, he commented on Variety's Instagram post about the news and said, I can't believe it. Our friendship had just begun, and I was so moved by the conversation we shared earlier this year. My love and condolences to her family and fans. Summer Blair posted, I love you. Don't be gone, please. Added singer JoJo, I am so sorry to hear of her passing. Oh my God. Another person, well, Matt Lanter, said, so where's he been, by the way? So sorry, so sad to hear of Hayden's passing. She played my girlfriend on Commander in Chief. Then I went over to her show and played her boyfriend on season 1 of Heroes. We always had a great time on set and tons of laughs. Man, just too young. Jeremy Renner wrote, bless you and your family. Where he posted on his Instagram post, Kelly Osbourne wrote, I am deeply saddened by the loss of someone who meant so much to me. We understood each other in a way few truly can, recognizing how difficult it is to grow up in the spotlight and how isolating it could feel even when surrounded by so many people. My heart grieves for someone so special to this world and such a good friend to me. I will never forget you, Hayden, and I will always believe you deserve better. Rest in peace, sweet princess. You will never be forgotten. And yeah, it goes on and on. We got condolences from Chris Applebaum, Rosie O'Donnell, Ashley Simpson. Even Alyssa Milano wrote a long ass post and said, I keep coming back to this photograph and thinking about Hayden's courage. Hold on, let me see if I could actually pull this up so y'all could see it. The photo is what I'm talking about. So yeah, it's this picture that Miss Alyssa put out there for the people, for the people, for the people. Okay, so what did she say? I keep coming back to this photograph and thinking about Hayden's courage. I hope people remember this part of her and that it doesn't get lost in the noise, the headlines, or the flattening of public figures into story and spectacle. Long before it was common for public figures to speak out, Hayden understood something simple and difficult. Visibility is not just something you are given, but something you can give away. And she gave hers again and again in service of things larger than herself. She stepped into direct action for animal rights, including entering the waters of Taiji to confront the dolphin slaughter, fully aware of the risk of arrest. She supports marine conservation, sorry, and broader animal welfare efforts, not as distant endorsements, but as personal alignment. Her sense of solidarity also extended globally. During her Euromaidan protest, she stood with Ukrainians calling for democratic change, placing herself inside a moment of political upheaval and also carried personal meaning to her. That perhaps most quietly powerful, she spoke openly about how so many are taught to hide domestic violence, postpartum depression, addiction, recovery, and abuse. She did not share these things for ease or attention, but because she understood that her silence would cause others. Her activism was not polished or performative. It was instinctive, human, sometimes messy, often vulnerable, and always sincere. She was willing to be uncomfortable, to be misunderstood, and to speak before the world was ready to listen. Hayden was a gifted actor, but that was only part of what she gave us. She used her voice, she showed up, she cared fiercely. I hope that is remembered too, the way she chose to stand in the world when it mattered. Rest in peace, Hayden. You deserve so much more time, and your courage deserves to be remembered. So there was that in regards of, you know, Alyssa giving a side of Hayden that a lot of people didn't really know. But before we get up out of here with this whole oh yeah, this was a picture. I don't know if y'all saw this. Well, I did have it up. They were saying this was her final post. Might have been her with the X and the Greenville apartment that she stayed at where she was found unresponsive. Now, before we get up off this, Rob Shutter posted something over on his Substack because I knew he would, and basically said that Hayden was heartbroken as career, money, and personal struggles took a toll. And he went and said, "I met Hayden Panettiere several times over the years, and when I think about her now, I don't think first about Heroes, Nashville, and the red carpets or the headlines. I think about the woman underneath all of it." Hayden was warm, funny, and engaging. She had a spark that was impossible to miss, but there was also a vulnerability about her, something that suggested she had lived an extraordinary amount of life while still young, before she was old enough to understand what fame could take from you. That to me is a real tragedy. Hayden died Sunday at 36. Police say the preliminary investigation has found no signs of foul play or suspicious circumstances, while the case and manner of death remain under investigation. We should resist the temptation to fill that silence with speculation. Hayden's death deserves facts, not theories. Exactly. And I'm glad he said that because I've already seen people quickly jump up on YouTube with their fucking videos talking about, oh, Hollywood, the evil Hollywood. And don't get me wrong, there are parts of Hollywood that are negative, that are evil, that people get caught up in that matrix. Then there are people that are able to navigate around that and don't get caught up in that mess. But to sit up in here and blame her death on things that happened to her, because she spoke out about Hollywood, wrote in her book. Y'all trying to make it like it's some JFK, Marilyn Monroe conspiracy theory type shit, and I don't like that one bit. I know y'all need y'all clicks and y'all likes and y'all want to go viral or whatever the case is because y'all got bills to pay. But for y'all to sit up here and spew this bullshit without even having an perspective, even understanding what may have happened to her, instead of just waiting for a fucking autopsy, that shit pisses me off. And it's not just with her, it's with anybody. Like, at least waiting to see what the tea is before y'all start coming out here with your little videos. So anyway, now let me get off my high horse. I gotta say that because that just pisses me off. It's like people who just want to be irresponsible with stuff because they want clicks and likes. But anyway, so um they said she was heartbroken. This is what one source told him. She had been fighting for so long and she wanted her life to finally feel different. That distinction matters. Hayden's story is not simply about drugs, alcohol, or difficult relationships. It's about what can happen when a child becomes a commodity, a young woman becomes a headline, and an adult discovers that the machine that once made her feel indispensable can move on without her. Hayden was working almost from the moment she could walk. Heroes made her a star. Nashville gave her one of television's most complicated female characters in Juliet Barnes, a troubled singer whose battles with addiction, love, motherhood, and fame increasingly echoed Hayden's own life. And there was a disturbing irony about how early Hollywood began shaping her relationship with substances. Hayden reveals that when she was a teenager, someone on her team gave her what she called happy pills before red carpet appearances. They were to make me happy during interviews. I had no idea that this was not an appropriate thing or that door that would open for me when it came to my addiction. Think about that for a moment. She was a child being prepared for Hollywood by adults, and someone was giving her pills so she would perform better. It is impossible to separate that experience from the larger culture surrounding young stars. Addiction to alcohol eventually took hold. After the birth of her daughter Kaya, Hayden struggled with postpartum depression and made the agonizing decision for Kaya to primarily live with her father, Vladimir Klitschko, while Hayden concentrated on getting healthy. She later described reaching rock bottom only to discover another level beneath it, saying, I think I hit rock bottom, but there's that trap door that opens. Yet Hayden kept getting back up. She entered treatment, spoke publicly about recovery and returning to acting. She was not someone who simply surrendered to her struggles. She fought them repeatedly. Then came another devastating loss. Her younger brother Jansen died in 2023 at just 28. Hayden spoke openly about the guilt that followed, saying, You're just riddled with guilt that you didn't do your job. I didn't think I would have to do life without him. That grief became another weight for someone already carrying so much. Earlier this year, Hayden published This Is Me, a Reckoning, a brutally candid memoir about addiction, trauma, abuse, postpartum depression, and the cost of growing up in public. The book became an instant New York Times and USA Today bestseller, proving that people still care deeply about what she had to say. But publishing success cannot erase a painful reality. The acting roles have become less frequent. The opportunities that once seemed inevitable were no longer inevitable. This is just part of Hayden's life that I believe deserves far more attention now. Hollywood had begun moving on. A casting director who had worked with her tells me, for someone who had been working since childhood, that silence must have been deafening. Another Hollywood insider said, other actors were getting the calls, the franchises, the television deals, and the attention. Sources say that Hayden struggled with watching other performers advance while she felt her own career had stalled. It was hard for her to watch other people succeed when she felt like she was standing still. That is so that's kind of sad on her part because it's like the acting is all she knows. That was something that she's been like that's all she's been able to do against her. And then people, well, why don't you go get another job? You try to get the fucking job. I hate when people who work jobs their entire life try to tell people with a career to go get a job. It's like, what? That's not how that works. Especially when I came out my mother's vagina acting. I can't get no job at no fucking Target. I don't know how that. I don't know that world. That world don't exist, and it's not a pride thing. It's the fact that when you've done something your entire life, how you gonna tell somebody to stop doing the thing that they've been doing their entire career to go work a regular 9 to 5 like y'all do? sit up there miserable with the jobs y'all got, but you gonna tell the actor to go over there and do your job. No, no, that's what you do. So, and it's no shade. I'm just saying. So yeah, when you see other people's careers blossoming and her career just stalling, what do you do? Because we was actually hoping, like, what was going on with the whole Kirby Reed Scream thing, where they were talking about that she was going to be an FBI agent traveling to different places or whatever and solving Ghostface kills, wherever. I thought that was a great concept for a movie or a series, whatever they were going to be doing. But I don't know what happened with that. So I know it's a lot. Shout out to Rob Shutter for this story. It's just sad to hear. Hopefully she was able to find peace in all of this that's going on in her life and all that good stuff. So yeah, R.I.P. Hayden, and I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. Once we find out more in regards to the autopsy, what if, in regards to them trying to see if the toxicology report and all that stuff. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Hayden Panettiere? Has passed away at 36. Also, the celebrity and who sent out their condolences and all this other stuff on social media and all the latest that I have for you in regards to this day. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. And speaking of comments, I already know there's a lot of comments up in here. So let me get to them. JoJo dragged the data girls because most mime because of social media and don't want to be dragged. Well, that's what I was referencing. Because yeah, JoJo did come out and say, a lot of y'all faves don't be out here singing live. And they don't. Because I definitely feel like y'all be wanting perfection. Y'all don't want to hear nobody voice crack. I'm like, to me, the the imperfect parts of the singing is what gives the performer character. So I don't understand why y'all just be wanting flawless vocals. That means y'all don't know shit about singing. Because I always like when if I hear like a little voice crack or somebody go up, I was like, ooh, that was. But yeah, it's giving character. It's giving me a little something. It's giving me a little zhuzhification. Y'all want everything to sound like the damn album. Well, if that's the case, why don't you just listen to the album? Yeah, Lanterns was actually good. Let me tell you. Um, I'm looking forward to this show. Many starred in soap operas. Sandra Bullock, Meg Ryan, yeah, Demi Moore. Also, Julianne Moore started out on the soap. Angela Bassett, I believe, started out on the soap. Didn't Denzel Washington do a soap too? There was a lot of them that all started out doing soap. Michael B. Jordan was on the soap. He was on All My Children. Um, Amanda Seyfried was also on All My Children. I remember Hayden from One Life to Live. I don't particularly care for Mojo when they do their little videos. You said Kiari was included, also Ice Princess, which is crazy that both her and Michelle Trachtenberg are dead. Also, remember the Titans and A Bug's Life. That was what the read was towards. I was talking about her. When I went on my little rant, that's who I was referring to. It said after ringing alarms on boats and she lived such a painful life. I hope she's in a beautiful and peaceful place now. Don't forget her best friend, aka her brother, passed away. Yes, it was Drake Bell. Thank you. So much pain felt from her in a few of her last interviews. Gia is doing everything to get her father pardoned. Girl, them Judites is all fucking stupid. It's not gonna happen. People wonder if that's why the behavior. Please, everybody hates Donald Trump right now, hiding in fucking carts and shit. It's like Nick and Aaron Carter's parents, 3 of their 5 kids. Because the parents are a hot ass mess, and the kids is fucked up too. Okay, so it was a female voice. Okay, somebody been assistant. Her friend was the one that found her. Not man Lancer like Kellen Lutz is another Jesus freak from the South that got blacklisted. Even if people are MAGA, the actors need to be atheists or other stuff. Well, look, a lot of people can't just go through the industry just, you know, ignoring all the other stuff. They get all caught up. Oh, I got to find Jesus. Oh, these people are demonic. I'm like, Chad, you ain't know what business you was getting into? She said in the interview she was still a work in progress. Well, aren't we all? I was gonna say, I think at the end, until we close our eyes, we are forever a work in progress. That's how I look at it. Candidly about his, I just feel like a lot of y'all need to keep y'all religious shit to yourselves. We don't care. We don't care that you. I mean, you like Jesus, that's great. But anytime when people come up here with that religious bullshit, it just starts reminding me of that mega Christian crap, that a lot of that grifting and all the stuff that they be doing. I'm like, y'all ain't real Christians. Because those people are the worst. The Candace Cameron Bure church types. It's like, how do people even tell their kids? That's what I was thinking about too. It was like, damn, your child's probably just go. I mean, who knows what the time is where they live versus in the US. But how do you call your kid into the room to tell them that your mother passed away? Like, I can't even believe. I'm trying to remember like how it was when my goddaughter, who I had to raise, found out that her mother had passed away. Her mother was going through some shit. So um I ended up, so when people talk about, do you have kids? Well, I said, no, I raised a child until now she's 20 something, 25, 26. But yeah, I raised a child. And she grown now. She off living with her boyfriend in Florida, but in school and stuff. She wants to be a vet. But with the help of like my parents, all this other stuff, I definitely helped raise her and all this other stuff. Her mother was going through some mess, like seizures and not taking care of herself. And I was like, I do not want my godchild living in them conditions. So she came to live with me for a while. And of course, yeah, it took a village because when it comes to women's stuff, I mean, me being a homosexual, I can't give the feminine. So my sister, my mother stepped in on all of that, the girl stuff. I just was like the daddy, if that makes sense. But but yeah. So how do you? I don't even remember how that conversation went. I might have blacked that out. But yeah, that I just can't imagine something like that. A kid having like to lose a parent at such a young age. This is horrible news. The condolences were beautiful. Her birthday would have been this Friday. Yeah, that's what I said. August 21st, same day as my father's. Davy Chase. You said Sarah Michelle Gellar starred on soaps. Yeah, All My Children, where she won the Emmy before Susan Lucci. Kendall Hart, she was the original. I hate when people insert the religious crap when someone dies as if Satan got something. Lots of people believe in all that bullshit. Mike Knowles even said the administration abandoned the Tate brothers because the manosphere. Well, the manosphere's always been a goddamn clown. All right, y'all. So, I would say let's get on to some brighter things, but we got another death to report. So let's get to this story. Tyler Duckworth. I don't know if many of y'all watched The Challenge or whatever the case is, but yeah, that was somebody else that we had found out passed away as well. You may have known from the picture, like, oh, him. But yeah, so Tyler Duckworth, who appeared, sorry, on MTV's The Real World Key West and went on to compete on 6 seasons of The Challenge, where he won twice, has passed away. He was 44. Now, his mother, Joni, announced his death on Facebook Thursday, writing, "My son, Tyler, passed away earlier this week. Cause of death is yet to be determined. I will post on Facebook about services as soon as his dad and I figure it out." Now, Duckworth first appeared on MTV's The Real World Key West in 2006 and went on to compete on 4 seasons of the challenge, which would be The Duel, The Gauntlet 3, Cutthroat, Rivals, and two of the spinoffs, All Stars 2 in 2021 and All Stars 3 in 2022. He won Cutthroat with team members Brad Fiorenza, Dudbar Merrill, and Tori Fiorenza. Did Brad and Tori get married? When did that happen? It's, and Rivals alongside partner Johnny Bananas Devinanzio. Now, Tyler was truly part of the Bunham Murray family. He was an exceptional human being and beloved by both fans and his fellow contestants alike on the challenge. The Bunham Murray Productions team said in a statement to Variety, "He will be missed by us all, and our heart goes out to his family, his friends, and everyone who enjoyed watching him compete on the show across so many seasons." Now, showrunner Justin Booth adds the challenge community is gutted to hear Tyler Duckworth's remarkably untimely passing. The young man who first came into our universe as a comical and sensitive personality. He also liked to fart a lot on that show. I do remember that. Developed into a force who would become a two-time champion and would be sorely missed. We are devastated and we send our most heartfelt condolences to his family and friends. Rest in peace, young man. And I was like, yeah, young, because it was like 44, which is like really literally my age. So now, showrunner, they said that he made his last public appearance at a Challenge Mania fan event in Minneapolis on July 31st, and posted and posted about it on his Instagram alongside challenge competitors Rachel Robinson, Fiorenza, Tina Barter, Paulie Calafiore, and Mark Long. Oh, I love all of these because Paulie, he that's Carl Maria man. Who told us about how fluid he is in his sexuality and things. But anyway, so many cast members have since taken to social media to share their shock and sadness over their passing, including Barta, who competed alongside Duckworth multiple times over the last 20 years, saying it's hard to find the right words when someone who was part of such a meaningful chapter of your life is suddenly gone. She caption a video of the pair together. We shared an experience that very few people will fully understand. And somewhere along the way, it became more than a show or an adventure. It became friendship. It became history. It became family. How blessed am I to be surprised by your visit to Challenge Mania, where I got to hug and kiss you one last time. We didn't want to leave each other. We never do. I love you. And from what I was hearing, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was some tea that came out regarding that he was found in a bathtub. I'm like, child, you done drowned like Whitney. So we don't necessarily know 110% what the cause of death might have been, but they said he was found unresponsive. But I believe that I heard that he was found in a bathtub. So I will definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it fully develops. But in the meantime, R.I.P. Tyler. He was like a fan favorite of mine over there on the challenge. Look, I've even said that one of my dreams that I would love to do like an all LGBTQ version of the challenge, because I definitely feel like we need a challenge type show where you get to see queer people who are not just a stereotype. We also are athletes. We also do crazy competitive things. And why can't we get a show that showcases that? You get the LGBT, LMNOP, all the different spectrums up in there competing for physical challenges and a lot of coin. And I want to host it. So I'm putting that out in the universe so that can happen. But anyway, so shout out to you, Tyler. You will be missed, because I be hating the fact that they don't be giving us enough LGBT characters or contestants competing on these type of shows. They'll probably give you one or two, or they'll do like they do with fucking Big Brother, and they'll put Selena as titties, and she's supposed to be the representation of the entire community. But anyway, so I digress. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Tyler Duckworth? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I was going through my cancer journey. Oh, I didn't even know you were going through a cancer journey. I'm glad you're here with us still. You said my sister turned me on to the challenge. More sad news. Oh yeah, I love the challenge. First of all, I was thinking I should have been I should be watching. I haven't even started watching this season of the challenge yet. It's on Paramount Plus exclusively. They put everything on exclusively on Paramount Plus except fucking Drag Race, which I'm gonna get into y'all asses later about that when we get to that topic. But that's the one thing I was just like, I was like, damn, I gotta start watching this new season of the challenge. It looks interesting, and do a Patreon on it. But of course. All right, y'all. So now I guess we could lighten it up because we got to get all that sad news out the way, which literally took about an hour of the show. But when it comes to Hayden, it was just a lot to talk about in regards of her situation. So let's get into some entertainment news and let's talk about Spider-Man. So I guess congratulations to Spider-Man, which in 3 weeks has it's crossed the $2 billion threshold. So just 19 days after who is God, fucking sister's annoying. Just 19 days after swinging into theaters, Spider-Man Brand New Day has passed 2 billion at the global box office, breaking several new records in the process. So it eclipsed the rare benchmark after just 3 weekends of release. The comic book adventure starring Tom Holland as Marvel's neighborhood web slinger has crossed 785 million in North America and 1.3 billion overseas for a grand total of 2.22 billion dollars. It's crazy how if y'all always notice that it always seems like a lot of movies tend to make more money overseas than it does in the United States because it only made 785 million here, but they said 1.23 billion overseas. So combining it because it's about to hit, I'm sure it'll hit a billion in America, 2.22 billion. And so far in August, there's really not that many movies that's out right now that people should get excited over. So um it'll definitely make its money or make a lot of money. The newest Spider-Man is one of the 8 films in history to reach the 2 billion club, joining the small but mighty company of 2009's Avatar with 2.9 billion, 2019's Avengers Endgame 2.7 billion, 2022's Avatar: The Way of Water with 2.3 billion, 1994's Titanic with 2.2 billion, 2015's Star Wars: The Force Awakens with 2.7 billion, and 2018's Avengers: Infinity War with 2.3 billion. Meanwhile, the prior Spider-Man installment, 2021's No Way Home, was this close with 1.9 billion, but missed the milestone because the superhero adventure didn't play in China. You know why I'm saying it. Because a certain idiot says it like that. Notably, Brand New Day is the second fastest film to reach the threshold after Endgame, which got there after 11 days. Now, this is what got me wondering, and I'm sure maybe some of y'all was wondering this too. Do y'all think that when Doomsday comes out, it'll be able to surpass that number? I mean, I would put Dune in there, but Dune, science fiction, it'll make a good amount of money, but I don't think it'll cross $1 billion. I hope it would, but I don't think it will. To me, Avengers Doomsday Avengers in general has it's such a grandiose, it's such a big movie that I think that it hits like it's gonna fire at all cylinders. Old people, young people, men, women, kids, like everybody's gonna go see this movie. Dune hits like a specific audience, sort of like the science fiction nerds or people who like action or who like the other movies, they'll go see it. But I definitely think like maybe Avengers Doomsday will probably hit that number too, if it's good. But I do worry because how do you introduce Doctor Doom in this movie when you didn't even build up to him? He just came out of nowhere. But we'll see how they make it work. But I think they're trying to. That's why they have the end game. They're re-releasing it with additional footage because they probably want to build that up to where it's like they built up Doom when they didn't. Now, Spider-Man: Brand New Day has been shattering expectations since landing in theaters at the end of July. The movie, Holland's fourth solo outing as Peter Parker, captured a record-setting 355 million in North America and staggering 932 million globally in its opening weekend, and then cleared 1 billion after just 6 days of release. So it is so far one of the highest grossing movies of all time, and it's already the eighth biggest worldwide release ever. But um it just be interesting to see how all this turns out as it progresses. So shout out to y'all, well deserved over this win and all this good stuff. So with all that being said, let's get into the box office. So shout out to Spider-Man Brand New Day, as we talked about, it crossed the 1 billion mark. But how did the other films do? So the popcorn season is ending so far with a bang rather than its usual whimper because once we get around the August season, that's when we start to get sort of like the movies that the industry is like, oh, it's in the summer, let's just throw these out there. People aren't really gonna care for these movies. It's just just something to go see, I guess. But It seems like to me, because around this time, that's when like, people start teetering off a little bit in like the box office numbers. But with the release of the end of Oak Street and and of course we got Brand New Day, the Odyssey, people still rewatching that or going out to finally see it because the momentum's died down a little bit. But we also have, like I said, the end of Oak Street, and then you also got Paw Patrol, the Dino movie, which debuted above, $20 million. Now, despite those newcomers, Spider-Man Brand New Day remained number one in North America with 70 million in its third weekend of release. Sony and Marvel's comic book epic, starring Tom Holland as Peter Parker, has been a behemoth with 785 million domestic and 2.2 billion globally to date. It's the second fastest film to join the $2 billion club, which we talked about already. Now, The Odyssey stayed in second place with 23.2 million in its fifth week of release. Universal's big budget Greek epic has generated a staggering 504.6 million in North America and 1.29 billion worldwide to date. That's after debuting this weekend in China to a solid 36.6 million. It's the highest grossing movie of the year after Spider-Man, as well as director Christopher Nolan's biggest of all time, an especially impressive feat for a drama that nearly is 3 hours long and adapted from a poem that's thousands of years old. Well, it doesn't matter about how old it is that is it good? Is it good or not? That's what people are concerned with. Is that, telling the story for a newer generation who's not familiar with the poem. Hollywood is celebrating because this summer's box office is already the biggest since the before times, with revenue surpassing 4 billion for only the second time during COVID. Domestic ticket sales stand at 4.24 million from May 1st through August 16th, running 23% ahead of the same period in 2025 and nearly 6% ahead of 2019. There's a chance that popcorn season even eclipses the all-time summer record set in 23 with 4.755 billion, not adjusted for inflation, according to Rent Track. This August feels particularly notable for the Odyssey and Spider-Man Brand New Day, proving blockbuster momentum, said Rentrax head of marketplace trends, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Okay, I don't particularly care for all that stuff. Now let's get into the end of Oak Street. So now it launched in third place with a middling 21 million from 3,446 venues. The PG-13 movie also collected 26 million overseas for a global tally of 46 million. It's a tepid start for an 80 million budgeted movie, so the studio will rely on positive word of mouth to help with staying power. However, critics seem to like Oak Street more than audiences. The film holds a B grade on Cinema Score and 84% on Rotten Tomatoes. David Robert Mitchell wrote and directed the PG-13 survival thriller, which follows a mysterious cosmic event that transports a suburban family to prehistoric times. Here's the thing. I did see End of Oak Street, so I'm going to give you a little bit about the movie. For the most part, I enjoyed it. It kind of gave me like early Spielbergian vibes in regards to like if you ever watch movies like E.T. or Close Encounters, Poltergeist, like it kind of had that whole camaraderie going for it, which is like it took place in the 80s. You see like the whole family dynamic, the parents are going through it, where Ewan McGregor's character lost his job, so he's been taking up side gigs as a pizza delivery guy to make ends meet. But he didn't tell his wife, played by Anne Hathaway, that he's struggling financially. And then she's been secretly writing a book, whereas like she kind of wanted to just leave the family behind and go off and have this big career, and she's just not happy as a at-home housewife. So there's that. Then all of a sudden, these weird flashing lights that goes on, and then all of a sudden, they got dinosaurs and things that transported to their town, and they're being eaten and picked off by velociraptors and pterodactyls and all kinds of craziness. Let me tell you, they really pushed the PG-13 with some of them kills. And there was a kill that happens I think maybe in the middle of the movie, with a main character that shocked the shit. I was like, I was not expecting that to happen. But to me, I may have to watch it again because there were issues with the tone. I felt like the tone was all over the place. I felt like there was some continuity issue. Like it lacked focus at times. I was liking the whole 80s nostalgic Spielberg vibe going for it. And then it kind of goes completely off the rails once once the dinosaurs and stuff get there. I was still trying to understand how the hell them dinosaurs got there. There was somebody with some storm, and then you saw like these little wormholes in this house, and I'm like, so was it the librarian that caused all of this because she recognized what that plant was in the old lady backyard? So I just felt like there were things that to me maybe I wasn't paying attention. Or maybe it was just confusing. I don't know because there was some people, and this is the first time in a long time this happened, and it was working my goddamn nerve. There was the first time I've had people in the damn movie talking while I was watching the fucking film, and I kept looking over like, "Shut the fuck up," because I do get like that in the movies. I understand you whispering amongst your friends, but bitch, I can hear you. So shut up. Save it for later, or write it on a piece of paper, or text it to each other and show each other your damn phones. But then again, the light is a distraction for some people. So Ewan McGregor, the kids, and Hathaway, I thought did a phenomenal job. The acting and everything was good in the movie. There was certain things I'm like, come on. Like how like y'all were trying to do some Jurassic Park type shit. Remember when it was like the dinosaur were trying to sneak up on it? I'm like, come on now. Now the dinosaurs, either they trying to sneak up on them, they got big ass feet. You know you're gonna feel a vibration or hear something like, come on. So there was certain moments in the film where it's like, this is bullshit. But they expect you to suspend your disbelief with some of the action sequences. But I will say this. To me, it was the best Jurassic World movie. There wasn't a Jurassic World movie. Because one of the things that pisses me off with Jurassic World is that they don't take risks in regards of the story or the action, or whatever. It's just, oh, let's stick people, let's continue to reheat the same nacho plot line over and over and over again. Let's stick these people in the jungle. The dinosaurs is running after people. A few people get eaten. Everybody's screaming. Somebody dangling off of a thing for real for dear life, or some stupid plot line. Like that last one, Jurassic World, it was so bad regarding that script. But I really need y'all to take some risks. I like the idea of having dinosaurs in a suburban town just killing people and stuff, and them trying to figure out how they can get from wherever they was, and then finding out how they could jump back into time before the situation happened. So there was little things in there. I was like, it was cool, but I don't feel like the story explained the scientific side of how did this thing happen with the rain and the thunder and the lightning? How were they able to transport dinosaurs to the time? So I just feel like that should have been fleshed out a little more. But overall, I had a good time with the movie. It was entertaining. The kills was crazy because I was not expecting the way that they was really like I said, they was pushing hard for that PG-13. But if you could ignore some of the stuff that I was bitching about, you will enjoy the movie. I always like me some Ewan McGregor. So yeah, there was that. And then they said unless Oak Street rebounds, it will be the latest underperforming tentpole for Warner Brothers following Supergirl and The Bride. It puts pressure on the studio Tom Cruise-led comedy Digger, which opens in October and carries a substantial 130 million price tag. I also heard because Digger is a comedy. I heard that movie's pretty long. I heard that movie's damn near 3 hours. And here's the thing. I don't give a good goddamn if you put Jesus Christ in a movie. What you cannot do is make a comedy, a weird little comedy movie, and then think that a 3 hour act on comedy film that you spent $130 million for, what did it go to? His makeup? Because in the fat suit he had to wear? Because why are you spending that much money on this movie? And quiet as it's kept, as much as I love Tom Cruise, he's not as bankable as he once was. Because them last two Mission Impossible movies underperformed. So I don't know, Digger, you might be in danger in regards to this whole situation. Now, fourth place went to Paw Patrol: The Dino Movie with 20.5 million from 3,500 North American theaters. Those ticket sales are even with the studio's prior Paw Patrol sequel. 2023 is The Mighty Movie, which ignited 22 million and eventually climbed to 205 million globally against a $30 million budget. So it said it carries a slightly larger $40 million price tag, which was split between Paramount and Spin Master. Overseas, the newest Paw Patrollers earned 48.5 million for a global tally of 69 million. Now, rounding out the top five was Cat's Eye got a documentary. Where the fuck was I? Cat's Eye Wild Hearts, a documentary about the girl group with 3.8 million for just 724 screens. And then you got Six, the musical live, which came in sixth place with 3 million, with from 1,462 locations. It's a film version of the popular Broadway show, with initial returns are similar to the other recent live captures like Waitress the Musical with 2.6 million, Merrily We Roll Along with 1.3 million. Focus Features has released six, which lands a few weeks after Bleecker Street's Hadestown established an opening weekend record. And wait a minute, speaking of Hadestown, isn't my girl about to be in that from Scream? Jasmine Savoy Brown, is she about to perform in Hadestown, a revival of it? So yeah, that's your thing. And then they also mentioned some fucking Angel Studios movie, and you already know those are some church things, so we don't care about that. Which is about Ronald Reagan, who was a murderer and a horrible fucking president. So yeah, there's that. I don't care about the other box office stuff, but there you have it. So far, there's your box office tea. So I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding the box office? Well, Spider-Man Brand New Day breaking 2 billion worldwide. Also, the latest box office. Have you seen any of the movies mentioned, including, In the Vogue Street? Have you seen Paw Patrol? Or y'all is that way past y'all demographic? I don't care about the animation stuff. 'Cause that's for little kids. That's like somebody watching Bluey. That's like me watching Bluey. Why would I watch Paw Patrol? I'm not the demo. So have you seen any of the movies mentioned in this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Hold on while I send this damn text, because I hate when people text me or call me in the middle of a goddamn show. Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff going on, child. There's a whole process of me like moving and all this other stuff, so I ain't got to sit and worry about an apartment no more. Because I'll probably tell you this. So apparently, my parents have bought a house in Virginia. They're moving down there, I believe maybe next month or possibly October. They're gonna close on the deal and everything down. I was like, my father got money like this. I'm not questioning it. But the thing of the matter is, he's leaving my sister and I the old house in Queens. So, bitch, if I could save coins on rent and things by living in my childhood home, oh bitch, that's gonna be the gag of all gags. Because rent in New York is not cheap. So there's that. But anyway, let me see what y'all are saying. And so there's like it's a lot, happening with me right now. So that's why I'm just like texting and things. Poor Anne Hathaway. Why do I feel like saying it like that? After having huge success with Devil 2, she has a huge flop. Well, she's been in a lot of things. Now, speaking of, well, I don't know. Should we put her in the overexposed pile? I don't think that we could put her in there yet. She's been in quite a few movies. She was in the Odyssey. Odyssey is one of the biggest movies out right now, playing Tom Holland's mother and Theseus's wife, who all these men are trying to marry off because they think he's dead. So yeah, I mean, funny enough that End of Ocean might do well if it was on streaming. The Insidious Into the Further looks like it will be really because I've been seeing that trailer, and they did show the trailer during End of Oak Street. I'm not that excited over that movie. I want to be, but I'm not that excited over this film. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not that overly excited. I'm looking forward to that new Jason Statham movie, even though Jason plays the same goddamn person in every fucking movie. Do you think Warner Brothers regret pissing Nolan off? Probably, because he's making Universal. Is it Universal? Yeah, he's making them a lot of money now. And that's because they did that stupid day and date thing with his film. What was it, Tenet? Even though Tenet, I still don't understand that freaking movie. I don't know what the hell's going on in that film. But for some reason, it's a fascinating watch. I think it's because of the visuals and all that stuff. Robert, I believe they do. They were trying to get him back a few. Yeah, after they did that, he was like, "Nope, I'm not going back to y'all." Can we bring? Well, Anniversary is 90 minutes, so they have brought back 90-minute movies. It's just, yeah, Digger does not need to be no damn near 3 hours, from what I'm hearing. I'm looking forward to Bluey the movie. Funny enough, I bring up Bluey. You say you look. It's been proven it has more adult fans than kids. The only 3 hour long comedy I've ever sat through was 1963's It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. And part of what makes that length tolerable is that it was a comedy ensemble and full of cameos. I saw Spider Man twice and I loved it. I have not seen the new Anne Hathaway movie yet. I'm going to go see, funny enough, I'm going to actually see Spider Man this week again. Um, I was like, because my father's birthday is this week, I was like, I'll take him to go see it. Got to take him Thursday because Friday I'm working Jonas Brothers. So I was like, I'll just do it the day before. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to the box office. And let's talk some MCU news. So D23, as expected, happened over the weekend. And as I was really, I mean, as I was saying, and a lot of us were probably saying and predicting, more than likely we were going to get the official cast of the upcoming Jake Schreier X-Men MCU reboot. And we have. So some of the names on this list are surprising. Some of the names on the list are not so surprising because these have been in the rumor mill for a while. So yeah, the MCU's X-Men team is taking shape. Now, along with names, as we know, if spoiler alert, it's really a spoiler alert at this point. I think we all knew it the moment they cast her in Spider-Man Brand New Day. Sadie Sink is Jean Grey. That's like surprise to absolutely no one. And Kit Connor playing Cyclops. That was announced the other day. And then, of course, we got Samara Weaving, Ready or Not to Here I Come as Emma Frost. So now the rest of the cast has been rounded out. Christopher Abbott, who was rumored to be up for the running of Professor Xavier, has been confirmed. I even think some of the blogs were spoiling it before, hours before he was announced at D23. Adam Driver, who has been in the talking for a while, people thought that he was either playing Mr. Sinister or he was playing Magneto. We know now he's playing Mr. Sinister, which I believe Mr. Sinister was alluded to in Spider-Man, if I'm not mistaken, Maya Boyd, who is from Broadway's And Juliet, is playing Storm because a lot of people had, who was it, Susie Bimba. That's what Jeff Snyder had, and I forget the girl's name from Sinners that we talked about the other day. Her name escapes me at the moment. She was rumored to be Storm as well. But now they picked this actress from the theater, which some people are looking at like, we don't know her. How'd she get the part? I'm like, are y'all slow? Because if you've ever watched many a movie, many a TV show, many of anything, everybody's got to start somewhere. Everybody don't have to be a big name because y'all used to big names in movies. I believe around the time when the original X-Men came out, we were familiar with Ian McKellen. We were familiar with Patrick Stewart. Halle Berry was probably like the biggest name to be a part of that as Storm. Although I will say this, I'm glad we got ourselves a dark-skinned Storm because it's been a long time coming. We've had two mixed race, fair skin actresses who played Storm, and Alexandra Shipp, who played Aaliyah also in that Wendy Williams movie. And then we had Halle Berry. But now we got ourselves a chocolate sister, and I'm here for it. Because I need my Storm to be black. Mocha black. Beige, not fluorescent beige or beige. I need her black. Or as Funky Donnie would say, black. I need her black. But anyway, so we have her. And I'm glad that we got this girl. I'm like, look, I trust in the casting people. MCU have never steered us wrong in regards to their casting. They've always done relatively good with the casting. So I trust in them in regards of who they're casting to play in these things. So I feel like people just wait and see what she does before y'all be so quick to do whatever. And I know like people just think like Broadway people are over there and actors are over there. But I'm like, this girl does the same part 8 days a week. You don't think she'd get up there and play a role in front of a camera too? Actors are actors at the end of the day. They should be able to adapt into different genres. So give her a chance before y'all start popping off. Because I've been seeing already the negative comments on social media. And last but certainly not least, we got Inde Navarette has been cast as Rogue, which we've been hearing those rumors as well. Me, I was like, I want an Odessa Azion because I thought like she had the big curly hair, she had the kind of the look. But Inde Navarette, she is the hottest thing right now, just like y'all got that little cutie patootie bear. I ain't like his character in the movie, but he is cute. What's his name? Something Johnston. Mike Johnson or something or another. But anyway, the kid that played Bear, he's about to look, his career about to blow up. Allegedly, he's in the running to be playing the son of um oh my god, Evie and Rick in I had to remember their names, child, in the Mummy sequel that they got coming out. He's playing the son, allegedly. So now he about to do a big tempo franchise, and she about to do a big tempo franchise. And before we get and move on from the situation, there was a conversation we were having earlier where I saw people talking about Indy is overexposed. How is she overexposed? She did two movies I mentioned that I saw her in. She's probably done a bunch of other stuff, but I only saw her in two movies recently. One, of course, I saw in Obsession, which blew her career out of the water. It's what made her become a big star from being in that film because the movie made over $400 million at the box office, close to half a billion. And then I saw her in a movie called Trap House with Dave Bautista. That was a good one. I enjoyed that film, even though I could figure out the plot as like the plot was literally I figured out the damn twist before the twist even happened. Probably because it was just so easy to figure out. Okay, I see where y'all going with this and who Indy Navarette's character was connected to. But if you want to see the movie, go see the movie. It is entertaining. I think it was on Hulu, one of the streaming services. But anyway, well, it might have been Paramount, Prime Video. I think that's why I saw it on Prime. But anyway, doesn't neither here nor there. Y'all can look it up. Google Schmoogle, you'll find it if you're interested in watching it or if you haven't seen it. But so where is she becoming overexposed? Because everybody's talking about Obsession and is obsessed with the movie and they're coming out with all these discourses about Bear and the whole situation. Is that where the overexposure is coming from? Because I haven't seen her overexposed. Since doing that movie, I have not seen Indy Navarette in anything. So this is big news on her part. This is a big role for her. So when people saying that she's overexposed, I need a couple of examples because I don't see it. But anyway, so fans were hoping for a cast reveal earlier this year at Comic-Con, but of course, I knew that that wasn't going to happen at Comic-Con because A, Spider-Man hadn't come out yet. And they were trying so hard to keep it like the weekend that Spider-Man was coming out was the weekend of Comic-Con. So they didn't want the tea being spilled about, even though we already knew what the worst kept secret was, that Jean Grey was being played by Sadie Sink. So how could you bring that up? Because people be like, well, like we didn't even see the movie yet. And here you got this girl on the panel coming out as Jean Grey. So I knew they were going to save it for D23. It made sense. And let me tell you, there were people, and I've told y'all this before, there were people that were genuinely surprised that she was playing Jean Elaine Grey. Because, yeah, that's a whole government. Because literally when I went to see the movie opening weekend, that Friday morning, there were literal gasps in my audience. I'm like, y'all are shocked? But then I had to take a step back and remember everybody isn't as plugged into this whole entertainment news and it's like everybody's not as plugged into this as I am and those who are watching this show. Everybody's not as engaged or as plugged into all the gossip and all the stuff that's going on, the industry talk and all that stuff. So I had to remind myself that's like, yeah, everybody can do what I do. I was gonna say people got a life, not saying I don't. But there's people got bills and things to do. They ain't paying attention to all this mess going on. That's what we come in to tell y'all. So yeah, so we all knew the D23 thing was coming out. July's release of Spider-Man Brand New Day in theaters already revealed Sync as Jean Grey, a formidable telepath and telekinetic, as well as one of the first members of the mutant super team from Marvel Comics. Feige previously teased the events of the Destin Daniel Cretton directed film would lead into X-Men, and then Sync confirmed to Entertainment Weekly she'd return as the character. And when you sign on for multiple parts, that kind of gave it away too. Now, other names who were signaled early in the press included Connor as our new Cyclops / Scott Summers and Weaving as Emma Frost. We already see that triangle coming between Cyclops, Jean, and Emma. Cyclops, the power of optic blast, is the future leader of the X-Men, while Miss Frost is a telepathic femme fatale with the added ability to turn her body into diamonds. As presented in the pages of Marvel Comics, mutants mark the next stage of human evolution. Unlike most of their heroic peers, they are born with an X gene that awakens around puberty and grants extraordinary abilities. Since mutants are often feared and persecuted, Professor Charles Xavier, one of the most powerful telepaths in the comics canon, opens a school for gifted youngsters as a safe haven for young wayward mutants. He then assembles the X-Men as a super team to protect mutant kind. Now, prior to Abbott in the role, Patrick Stewart originated live action Xavier from 2000 era of X-Men movies until we should say 2026 when he appears in Avengers Doomsday. But then we also have James McAvoy play the young version of the role in the prequel film starring with X-Men First Class in 2011. Navarette also succeeds actress Anna Paquin, the previous star behind live action Rogue, a mutant capable of absorbing another powers with memories through physical touch. Boyd then follows in the footsteps of Halle Berry and Alexandra Shipp, who both played Marvel's Wind Rider in the big screen, a mutant with dominion over the weather. And here's the thing, I'm really hoping because we're getting um, a third Black Panther movie before X-Men, that is where we first get to meet Maya Boyd's character. We get to see Aurora, because it's hard for me, Aurora Monroe. It's like it's a lot to say. Aurora, Aurora Monroe. I was like, why did I have to do that to her with that name? It's like it sounds like we barking when we saying her name. But anyway, so um it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. I do hope that they introduce her like they did Sadie Sink in Spider-Man, that we actually get to see Storm play out in another black in the third Black Panther movie, and we get to see her relationship with T'Challa number two, since T'Challa number one passed away. You can see how they'll mix that up in that dynamic between them, and then she kind of goes off to the mutant school because of the powers and stuff she has. The people are revered by her, or whatever the case is, because she is a powerful figure. So we'll see how all that plays out and how they make her work in that world, and then they'll transport her to the X-Men films, and they finally utilized Storm as the bad bitch she is, because I felt like a lot of times when it came to Storm in the past, first of all, I still curse the days where y'all just underuse her. Like, how she can beat up by a bitch with a damn LeBret Pearson, look like a whole lesbian with that ponytail, beating up Storm in that damn X-Men 3. That was some that was some BS right there. Like, Storm could fight. Storm could definitely take on a lot of you broads, and y'all played in her face. So I didn't like how y'all did it. And speaking of which, I was talking about Danya Ramirez, because she was another one that gave a tribute, because she was on Heroes with Hayden. She's another one that gave a tribute to Hayden Panettiere over the past. And I didn't read it because it was a lot of a lot of tributes, but she was one of the other ones who also sent her condolences. So I'm looking forward to this. I will play out a clip over on IG, but it was like, y'all got the gist. So I'm looking forward to this movie, and it's been written by Lee Jung Jin and Joanna Kahlo, who worked with Schreier on the Thunderbolts as well as the Beef series on Netflix. They're working on the script and stuff right now, so this is going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing this film when it's released on May 5th, 2028. So, um, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't they mention that Black Panther comes out in February, I believe? Oh, 2028. So that's January, February 2028. So if it comes out that, and then 3 months later we get X-Men, that's definitely a good enough time for people to get used to Storm and her being in that world, and then she kind of goes off into the other. So I like the idea that these X-Men movies, they're setting it up through Spider-Man, and it's like they're trickling into these little films a little by little. We're gonna see these characters pop up in places. But what's going on with what I'm wondering is what's happening with Secret Wars? What's going on with that? Because I need an update on that. But anyway, I'll say all this say, what do you guys think of this story regarding X-Men? Were some of these people that were mentioned who you were expecting, or were you not surprised by any of these names? I mean, based off of majority of it, it wasn't a big secret that Christopher Abbott or Adam Driver was a part of the situation. But I think the biggest would be, I mean, Inde Navarette's name was floating around, but Maya Boyd, I think, is like the biggest surprise of all, because everybody expected the girl from Sinners was going to be our Storm, but it turns out it was a girl from the theater, a thespian. Whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. Dark skin, light skin, beige, fluorescent beige. Now they better not fuck up her character, okay? Because what I've been saying, what irritates me the most is how y'all keep doing Storm dirty. Maybe because she wasn't a young boy that Brian Singer could fondle on the set, allegedly. Because he loved him some Hugh Jackman. Anyway, so now let's go for the MCU to the DCU, because it looks like the DCU is a hot ass mess because okay, so we got the Lantern series that premiered yesterday. I like the pilot. I thought it was a good episode to start off with. I'm liking the dynamic between the two Green Lanterns. Wait, I did say Green Lantern, right? um the Green Lanterns. I like the dynamic between the two Green Lanterns that we're getting. Where one is being trained, which we all kind of knew was going to go, and it's kind of giving me this True Detective type of vibe that they got going on, just with superheroes. So I like that whole dynamic and everything that's been going on with that. I may have to rewatch it again because I did fall asleep on the end, and I think it's because I have this habit of I want to get comfortable when I'm watching television, and sometimes when I get a little too comfortable, I end up falling asleep. So I may have to rewatch the episode again just to catch the last, maybe the end of it, because I did fall asleep in the end. But that's neither here nor there. Lanterns was is a good start for the DCU. I wasn't particularly caring. I didn't particularly care for Peacemaker. I didn't particularly care for Creature Commandos. But so far, I feel like out of this James Gunn DC universe, Lanterns is the first show where I'm getting like, I like the idea of it having like this grounded vibe, but they've got also superpowers. So that's, I think, the tone that they need to go with, which is also working with Matt Reeves' Batman. So the whole super colorful comic booky type of tone, the Guardians of the Galaxy type thing, it doesn't seem like people are resonating with that type of James Gunn universe as much as people are starting to resonate with the Matt Reeves Batman, and so far the Lanterns series. So now, with all that being said, it seems like now word on the street is Amanda Waller series, Wonder Woman prequel, they also Booster Gold. A lot of these shows are just not happening at this point. And so, what the hell is going on over there in James Gunn's universe? And I do wonder, does any of this limbo have anything to do with David Ellison and the future of them trying to buy up Warner Brothers? So I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it as well. Now, according to the major trades, we can now scratch two more projects off of DC Studios' Gods and Monsters slate, with DC and HBO having passed on TV shows focused on Poison Ivy and Catwoman. So it wasn't just Waller and Wonder Woman, the Themyscira series, which was Paradise Lost. They also canceled Poison Ivy and Catwoman. With Lantern set well, it's already premiered on Sunday because this is an old article. This is from Comic Book Movie, by the way. The Ankler has published a report detailing the show's tumultuous journey to the screen, while also sharing disappointing updates on some other small screen DCU projects. Despite DC Studios co-CEO James Gunn recently assuring fans that both Waller and Paradise Lost are still moving forward, Leslie Goldberg believes they are no longer in development. Announced as part of the initial Gods and Monsters DCU slate, Paradise Lost was conceived as a Wonder Woman adjacent series focusing on Diana's fellow Amazonian warriors. Set in Themyscira, home of the Amazons and birthplace of Wonder Woman, reads the official logline. The drama focuses on the genesis and political intrigue of an island of all women. Waller, meanwhile, has seemed a little closer to becoming to fruition, as we had heard that Viola Davis was all set to reprise her role as DCU's ruthless Argus chief. Davis described the Wall in David Ayer's debuted as the Wall in David Ayer's Suicide Squad before making appearances in Gunn's The Suicide Squad in the Peacemaker show. She also provided the voice of the character in the recent Creature Commandos animated series in return for the second season of Peacemaker. A live action series, a spinoff of Peacemaker, centered around blah, 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 and all that crap. Now, apparently, and they said that, I don't know, then they said the Booster Gold has been put on the back burner, but now it's moving forward with a new writer. Remember, they also decided to no longer move forward with the Authority movie. And I was looking forward to that. I was like, we need like a raw and unfiltered Justice League type of group of superheroes where you have a gay Batman and Superman who's a couple. So not necessarily Batman and Superman, they have their own names, whatever, Midnighter, all that stuff. So where you have those type of characters. So seeing that would have, but I guess maybe down the road, once they've established the DCU, then you can kind of do those off-kilter type characters, similar to what they did with the MCU, which is like you got your Captain America and your Iron Man and your Thor, and you got, you had all those major characters, your Black Panthers, all these other characters, but then it decided to, let's bring in, these off-kilter characters. Let's do Guardians of the Galaxy, which was something that people were like, huh? But it worked. But in regards to the Catwoman and Poison Ivy series, how do you make Catwoman and Poison Ivy work on their own in a series type of environment? As much as I like those characters and as much as those characters are entertaining in their own way, they're entertaining as part of an ensemble rather than their own show. I just don't think Selena Kyle is that interesting to do her own thing on her own. I mean, you have to surround her with interesting characters. Like, who would be her Batman in that world, especially if you're not going to bring Batman in it? Because we've had this happen before. When y'all created Gotham, you had to make Bruce Wayne a little kid. Like, how do we get Batman? How do you make a series interesting without bringing Batman into that world? They were able to make it work with the Penguin. But in regards of like Poison Ivy or Catwoman, I just don't see that working as a thing on its own. It's like Poison Ivy, I feel like needs to be a villain in a thing where Batman is trying to solve a case or a crime or whatever the case. And allegedly, that is what we're getting with this Batman Part 2, because that is the rumor that Scarlett Johansson is playing Poison Ivy. I don't know if it's true. It hasn't been confirmed, but that is the rumor. So, with all of this being said, I don't know what's going on with the DCU. They need to figure it out. It's literally getting to the point of like Kathleen Kennedy territory. Remember when Kathleen Kennedy, who was running the whole Star Wars situation, and started making all these announcements, all these Star Wars TV shows and movies and all this other stuff that was coming out, and it was happening like that, but then nothing was coming to fruition. It's feeling like that at this point, and I know it's got to be frustrating on James Gunn's part, because he wants to create these projects, and it's just having a hard time getting off the ground. And it's probably because Warner Brothers is getting cold feet because of the box office returns on a lot of the projects. People didn't really resonate that well with Peacemaker Part 2. People didn't really see, well, Peacemaker Season 2. People didn't resonate with Creature Commandos as they had hoped. Superman did well at the box office, but not well enough that it's just like it was like it didn't do Odyssey numbers, it didn't do the Batman numbers. I think the Batman still made more money than Superman. So and overall it was kind of divisive. And now they're talking about making a series based around Jimmy Olsen. Do we need that right now? Do people even care to have like a series about and Gorilla Grodd is going to be in it? Do people is that what people want? I don't know. We still don't even know what's going on with Matt. Well, not we do know what's going on with Matt Reeves Batman. We don't know what's going on with the other Batman. What's happening with? I mean, what are y'all coming up with in regards to the Batman on the side of the James Gunn universe? People feel like we can't have two Batmans at once, two live action Batmans. How do you distinguish both of them from each other? So I don't know what's going on with that. I didn't particularly care for the last Superman movie. I thought it was okay, but it's not something that I'm like, oh my god, I have to put that movie on and give it a rewatch. So yeah, so it's just I just don't know what James Gunn's direction is. I don't know what's going on with it. And plus, I'm thinking they're probably stuck in limbo too, because what's gonna happen with Warner Brothers in the future because of this whole merger situation. So how do they move forward with a thing that is kind of like this thing of uncertainty is hovering over over everybody's heads, especially who works at Warner Brothers. So it's a mess. Hopefully they figure it out. Hopefully they get it together. But my brain hurt trying to decipher all of this. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you disappointed that we're not getting an Amanda Waller series or Wonder Woman series? The series Paradise Lost was supposed to take place in, the Amazonian women of Themyscira, telling that whole story. They could have probably went a little Game of Thrones with that whole story. Trying to figure it out, but they couldn't crack the code apparently. I mean, I love Viola Davis. I would have loved to have seen her play that role, but and where they were planning on going with it, but I don't know. It is what it is. Now it's just like whenever Warner Brothers announces something, I don't think I'm excited. I'm just sort of like, okay, well, just hopefully it gets made. Hopefully it gets made. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Sounds like anything that screams DEI was canceled, then why does the fascist Ellison renew RuPaul? Just look, well, probably because here's the thing, regardless of how you feel about the gays or whatever, Drag Race is still making a lot of money, winning a lot of, well, I don't know. I don't think it won the Emmy, right? Oh, wait, the Emmys didn't happen yet. I think the Emmys happens next month. So, who knows if they won, but they didn't win the Emmy last season. I don't think they won the Emmy the season before. I believe James Gunn is going to leave. I believe so too. I think he's done. Because we already know how he feels politically, and it just seems like he's over it. A good quote was shared: "If they can arrest Don Lemon, they could get rid of Wendy Williams because she would let her audience know what's really happening to keep them on alert." And Don Lemon is fighting all of that foolishness that's going on with him and the Trump regime. All right, now let's get into this interesting story. So let's talk about B2K and Raz-B. So Raz-B recently took to social media via his Instagram to post a proposal. So what he would like to see is a B2K Destiny's Child and NSYNC stadium tour, and even went out of his way to make a pitch to Beyoncé and Justin Timberlake to make this happen. So he's got an ambitious idea for the Ultimate Millennium Reunion Tour, and he wants three of the era's biggest groups to share one stage. The B2K member took to social media on Friday, August 14th, to pitch a stadium tour featuring B2K, Destiny's Child, and NSYNC. He specifically called on Beyonce and Justin Timberlake, the two that's always holding out from a reunion from happening, to make the blockbuster concept happen. And so I do have that clip. So I'm gonna show. Wait, why is it playing? Hold on. Uh, while I pull this up, because I was like, I didn't want it to play. But let me go over to his Instagram, play all this clip, and we will come back.
Tour ever would be. It 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 would be NSYNC, Destiny Child, and B2K on a stadium run would be incredible. Justin Timberlake, Beyonce, I've done everything. Let's go ahead and give the people what they want. They want to see 5 for 5 and 4. You feel me? That would be incredible. Obviously, y'all all can go on your own stadium tours. It would be like incredible. But what if we just did that together? So I guess that's my morning PSA. But I've been saying this for years. But either way, I'm a super like supporter of NSYNC and Destiny Child, and I would love to see them go back out on the road. Don't forget your boy.
All right, so that's what he said. Now, quiet as is kept. If you really want to talk about it or shake the table, the only one that's selling out a stadium is Beyonce. Justin Timberlake is selling out a stadium. I mean, maybe he could overseas or whatever, but he was over here like his last show. He was doing arenas. So I don't see him necessarily wanting to jump on and do that. And now, don't get me wrong, I ain't gonna hold you. I would love to see all of these guys on a bill because I feel like B2K, Destiny's Child, and NSYNC are my childhood. And we're in a time now where it's nostalgia. It's all about the nostalgia. People want to see their favorite artists that they grew up with performing on the stage. We already got the Backstreet Boys, still touring, still selling out. Well, they doing the Sphere, but they ain't touring like they used to. But they doing like little residencies and stuff and making their coins. But if they wanted to go out and do arena tours and stuff, Backstreet people will definitely come out and see the Backstreet Boys because they're still beloved. But I do feel like, yeah, Beyonce, you solidify yourself as a solo superstar. We know she's allegedly working on Act 3. That's supposed to be coming out allegedly in 2027. Justin Timberlake got his little physical ailments going on, so he ain't really out here performing like he used to. But we're not going, and there been many a shady things that I've said about that no good SOB who walked over a lot of people for his career to be where it's at. But besides all of that, we're not going to hold it that he is talented. He had a lot of bops. He has a lot of really good songs, and people like him when he's out there performing. He's charismatic, even though in real life he gives douchebag tease. He is very charismatic. People live for his shows and his showmanship and all the other stuff. And if Chris Brown and Usher could be out here making full on like breaking records with their stadium joint tour, why not NSYNC, Destiny's Child, and B2K? And you know what I was thinking? Instead of them doing like the traditional way, y'all need to kind of copy over Salt and Pepper and TLC and who was the other group that's a part of them? When I saw their set list, what they're doing is they come out, they do a couple of songs, then they'll probably do 2 or 3 songs together. In Vogue comes out, and I remember the other one. In Vogue come out and do maybe 2 or 3 songs. Then TLC comes out and do 2 or 3 songs. Then you got the other girl group that come out, or the other group comes out and does Salt and Pepper comes out and do 2 or 3 songs, and then they kind of just alternate back and forth. I think that'd be a good idea. Have B2K come out, do a couple of songs, then you got NSYNC come out, do a couple of songs, and then Destiny Child come out at the end, and then you just alternate, and then maybe y'all can come out and do a cover or something together, blend the vocals. But y'all know y'all be on point because Beyonce don't like when y'all be out here want somebody off key. She will give you the look, the Virgo side. I like you better find the note. So I'd be here for this situation. But would y'all be here for this? It just to me it seems like that the only people that will hold it back would be Justin and Beyonce. And people won't sit and read Beyonce for always holding up the Destiny's Child thing. But y'all be quick to come for Justin. I think y'all should give her the same business as y'all do with him. But let me read the comments over on his page and hear what people said. One person said, "We want y'all to go on tour by yourselves so y'all can sing every album, including the You Got Served soundtrack. Y'all can do it." I ain't never seen somebody use y'all so much in a sentence. But sis, I love you dearly for this comment. However, B2K ain't selling out no stadiums on their own. They need to have a bunch of people together with them in order to make that happen. Another person, I mean, you already got B2K back. Might as well get this together too. Another person, I prefer B2K only tour featuring the new album. Otherwise, it'll just be another Millennium tour. Well, no, because you got Destiny's Child in NSYNC. When you had the Millennium tour, you had like the no shade, but you had the BET people up in there. When you talking about B2K, which their videos were played on TRL, but not as much. I felt like y'all kind of MTV kind of shaded B2K in a way where y'all kind of subjected them specifically to the BET crowd when Omarion and them was definitely crossing over to the pop side. But when you look at NSYNC and Destiny's Child, they were more MTV pop than they were on the BET side. And yeah, at times their music got played on BET. And yeah, they did play Destiny's Child on BET, but Destiny's Child was more or less associated with MTV. Another person said, not only would I buy tickets, I would buy multiple tickets for multiple cities and VIPs. But NSYNC did say recently they don't want to reunite. Well, I think they was full of shit with that because they knew it was going to be inevitable because of Justin. Because Chris Kirkpatrick has gone back and forth on the whole reuniting with NSYNC and all that others, as a group. And a lot of them, they all in their 50s at this point, except Lance and Justin. But all of them, the rest of them, Joey Fatone, I think who else? Chris Kirkpatrick is like 55. And what's his name? Is in his it just turned 50. JC Chazé. I'm like, God damn. This reminds me of my own mortality whenever I think about these people and they're like, damn, you hit the 50. Another person, I wish my girl Britney Spears was in her right mind. OMG, I would so love to see that too. Yeah, if they could put Britney on that and she was in her right state of mind, that would have been a good one too. They said Beyonce still got Act 3 to release. Let's just do a solo B2K tour. But I definitely feel like, you know what? Do your little solo tour. Go back out. Solidify yourselves. Get people acquainted. Like, yeah, B2K is back. The group is back. We out here doing what we do. We performing. We touring around the world. I don't know what shows they, what their tour is. If they've set up a tour, if their tour dates, what it all looks like. But this is a bit ambitious, and why not aim high? I always say you never know until you put it out there in the universe. So I like this idea. I just don't see it happening because, as I've stated, two people from two different groups not wanting that to happen and the amount of egos that's going to be on this damn tour. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see a B2K, Destiny's Child, and NSYNC stadium tour? Oh, they would probably make sure that the ticket prices on that alone, that shady ass Ticketmaster, that would piss me off. Child, let me tell you, the other day I was looking at Slater tickets, them ticket prices went up, and I think that's the resale. Why? How is a balcony seat almost $400 for a small venue? Y'all lost your damn mind. And then I saw like the general admission was like $375. I said, okay, y'all doing the most. And this is like ticket prices should not be that high for a concert of any kind. Like I can understand arenas, even though arenas y'all be trying to with them prices, but even down to the small venues, y'all wilding with these prices. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. It's a okay, keep dreaming. Is Beyonce getting that? Because I know how greedy her ass is. It said, waited until the only music topic to say this. That new Phoebe Bridgers album is so good. We'll probably go down. Oh, and I heard that she's throwing a little shade at her ex and his current girlfriend, the one who having an identity crisis in regards of who she want to be as an artist. Y'all know who I'm talking about, that Nepo baby, J.J. Abrams' daughter. Her ex is now dating her. So I heard that Phoebe Bridgers is going in on them and that relationship. Do you think they will split the NSYNC set list after the TLC set list show that if you want to see In Vogue and Salt and Pepper is well, they did that exactly. They knew to do that on purpose. It's because TLC and all that controversy surrounding Chili, and allegedly being a Trump supporter, they try to mix it all in so that way y'all don't leave when TLC come out. I was like, oh, y'all think y'all slick. But that was smart on y'all part. You said, and Tanashi is 3-3 on these new singles. Didn't think I would ever say I'm excited for a new Tanashi album in 2026, but I will be sated for Pop Star next month. Oh, you and me both. Because let me tell you, yesterday I was watching. Damn, I really wish. What was it? Let me look it up. Because yesterday, as I told y'all, I was like, I was not in the mood to work, as in doing a show. So I was catching up on some YouTube stuff. And I was watching one of her shows that she did. I think it was at Outside Lands. She did a performance of like all her songs. And I love the fact that she had all women of color up there as her backup dancers. She gave y'all a show and she gave y'all a DJ set. Miss Thing got behind them decks and started DJing. I said, okay, now she a jack of all trades or a Jill of all trades. So I was living. And to me, it's like, I've been living for the singles. I love that new single she has out right now. It's just like, it makes you want to like start voguing and all this other mess. So Tanashi definitely got her ears to the streets. People have been sleeping on her for a long time. I remember I got into an argument with some people that was like trying to pay her. I said, oh, this girl is gonna blow up. Trust and believe. But y'all don't be wanting to listen. Y'all get caught up in these identity crisis pop stars like Ariana Grande and thinking that they're that girl. And now look at her. The bitch can't even get they need to shove a tube down her throat for her to even get a 3-course meal down in her gut. And she dating her exes and being a mess and I don't even know who the hell she is with this new album. And people are basically just paying this new record dust because they're disappointed with how dry and crunchy this record is. So y'all put y'all money on these manufactured girls, and the girls that's out here really doing their shit. Yeah, it was Melatonin. I'm definitely looking for that song. So Tanashi, I'm definitely looking forward to that new album. There's a lot of really good records coming out in September that I'm looking forward to. I'm kind of looking forward to the new Ellie Goulding album too. And I know Icona Pop's album, I believe, comes out this week. So it'll be interesting to see how that all turns out. Beyonce needs to try to buy the music and brand of DC from her. Because now her father talking about releasing future Destiny's Child music. Not fuck J.J. Abrams' daughter. Back to Phoebe. I really do think she just dropped a future classic album. Melatonin gave me IDMTs after we discussed in your last show. I didn't get Vogue and teas. I find it very telling that Ariana got a tattoo dedicated to a relationship. The what? The fact that she's needy? Because I don't understand how you break up with somebody because you were bored. I'm just using a reference from one of her songs. And then you get with a married man because you couldn't close your legs to him. And now he's like lost in the wilderness somewhere. And now she's on tour. Some people said that this tour feels like this is her goodbye tour. Like she's just done with live performance. And now you getting back with an ex and then you getting a tattoo. Really, girl? I thought it was supposed to come out on the 20th. Or the 21st. Because I didn't get no alert. Or maybe did I work Friday? Let me see. Because it says new. New this week. Okay, so it is out. August 14th. So that's when it came out. Okay, all right. Aria Starr got a new album out. We got Marilyn Manson got a new album out. Didn't know that record came out already. I was like, where the hell was I? I guess Channel Tres got a new album out. Oh, now I'm sitting there checking. Rochelle Jordan. Let me find out. She got a new album out too. Bitch, where have I been? Well, she got an EP out. So I'm like checking everything. I was like, where the hell was I? All these damn records came out and I ain't been paying. Oh, Becky G dropped a new album too? Bitch, where have I been? Oh, I know what it was. I was listening to Carol G over the weekend. Bitch, let me tell you. I don't know what Faye did to her. But sir, she was reading your ass down. She ain't mentioned no names, but she was coming for him in that new on that new album. So I was listening to Karol G's new album. So that's what I got caught up in. And then what else was I doing? What other records was I listening to? I think I wasn't really paying attention, and that was the weird part because I don't know something. I don't know. The internet's been interneting, and I don't know if my Apple Music has been updating. It's just been a lot of stuff going on with my stupid ass phone. So I didn't even know a lot of these records came out until now. She went with SpongeBob, and now she's dating her leftover. And Ariana never posted Ethan as much as she posted. Okay. Probably because she got dragged over. She didn't want to, after getting dragged for messing with a married man, she didn't want to exploit it. And it's funny how you do dumb shit, and then you're like, "Well, I can't take the fact that people are coming for me." I'm like, sis, when you make stupid decisions in the public eye, you don't think we were going to critique it? That's just the name of the game. This Friday, New Girls allow reissue for the best album, Tangled Up, where they look like models and glamazons. He said people still like Marilyn Manson in 2026 when his new music isn't even. Also, I did like that music video with him. We had like the little kid up in there, but it does playing him. But I do feel like that Marilyn Manson is kind of trying to chase what was. I have to say, I preferred when he got a little more, when he started to go a little more industrial with his music. Like, I love Antichrist Superstar. That's when I first got introduced to him from a kid that I went to school with. Lent me that CD and I took it home and copied it. And then, of course, Hollywood, Mechanical Animals. Like, I like that whole era. You said his new album is part 2 of his last one. It's okay. Tyler Bates produced it, I think. Well, yeah, the music's just been okay. And I will say this, yes, I'm one of those people. You said people are still a fan of Marilyn Manson in 2026. Yes, I still am. Although I will admit the music isn't giving like it used to be, because I did listen to his last album and it was a one and done. It just didn't give me. I'm hopefully this part 2 will be better. I'll listen to it, but will it be on repeat, or it depends. What's a reissue? Not not the Marilyn Manson record. It's not a reissue. It's a sequel to his last record. And you said Tyler. Should we have a? Should we give an RIP to Tyler's career? Excuse me. Or does she have it in her to actually, be something? Because people talk about, oh, I was living for this record, or people somehow they hate the Rihanna comparison. But I'm like, she's been trying to model her entire career behind, after Rihanna. So how you going to talk about that? You hate the Rihanna comparisons when you pretty much put yourself in that position and try to be like her. It's a different artist. If a different artist put out this exact record, I wouldn't listen to it again. Is how I feel. I don't like Trent Reznor as a producer. I think I like Trent Reznor as a producer rather than a singer. His soundtrack work is out of this world. Yeah, as a composer, producer, oh my God, the music's everything. But let me tell you something. I've always liked always tried so hard to get into Trent Reznor. I like a lot of his songs. I do like Nine Inch Nails. I remember when this goth girl I went to school with, Annette, first turned me on it because she had the biggest crush on Trent Reznor. I remember she first introduced me to Nine Inch Nails, and that's one. And remember, Nine Inch Nails. Trent discovered Marilyn Manson and put him on his Nothing record label. Um, I will agree. Let me tell you, when I first felt like Trent Reznor's music gave me everything I've been wanting from him in regards of like the gothic, the industrial, that whole vibe. When he and Boys Noise worked together and they did their Coachella thing and they released the album together called Nine Inch Noise, I was like, bringing in bringing in Boys Noise definitely made us like, yeah, you're giving like that real dark industrial vibe, but you're giving a danceable type of thing to it. It just felt like literally I was clubbing in hell. That's what I felt like I was when I was listening to that record. It felt like I went down to hell and it was a nice little nightclub down there. We were just carrying for hours. I see Phoenix getting canceled. Charlie announced all 12 shows are under low ticket status. After that 72-hour $20 ticket, most shows are 97 to 99%. I need that Singaporean hoe to eat. Wait, you said you're seeing it getting canceled. When you're saying that her all 12 shows are under low ticket sales ticket status. So is it doing well or no? But look, um when you're talking about that eat should eat crow, I knew that would happen because people want $20 concert tickets, most of what people wanted. Okay, now we're gonna have to debate this. You said you like year zero more than the downward spot. Oh no, we're gonna have to fight over this one. Cause I'm like, year zero was good, but no, the downward spiral, because I was like, I remember where I was at the time when that album came out. So maybe there's more of a personal significance. But um apples and oranges, I guess. Tyler getting canceled. You said I see Tyler cancel. I mean, child. She might as well do Roseland or could she even sell out Roseland? Child, she could do the theater at MSG. We only need like 5,000 people to be capacity. That Singaporean hoe posted a video yesterday explaining to everybody why he doesn't listen or review a lot of R&B black music because you ain't black and you don't get the nuances of black music. That's why you don't do it. But I didn't see it. What was his reason? But that would be what I would think when you are someone who is a pop girly and a homosexual and don't have any cultural significance to black people and black music. Chris, be nice today. We're gonna move on. He said, I like Tool. Maynard, yes, I like Tool too. I know a friend of mine, Esteban, child, between Tool and um Nine Inch Nails, he has seen him so many times, and I'm still mad at him that he didn't take me with him on his last show because I told him to get me a damn ticket and I would pay him back when he goes to the last Nine Inch Nails tour. And he didn't even do it. I said, you bitch. But anyway, do you like A Perfect Circle? That was his other band. All right. While y'all answer the rest of them questions, where you say he explained how Singapore limits what can be played or aired on radio stations, and how "Say My Name" by Destiny's Child was the first song he heard. Okay. Um, is he still in Singapore or did he move? Because I don't know. I don't be paying attention to people locations. But if you're in America, child, that's given. Who was the queen from Drag Race that was like, um, how they were sheltered with the music? Who was the queen that said that? Was it Anitra? There was somebody that said something or another. They was sheltered. They didn't hear no R&B or whatever the case was until they came to the United States. I can't remember who it was. Yeah, A Perfect Circle. You said he's been in Singapore his whole life except for his college years where he was dun 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 a New York. Mhm. Deftones are good too, but I don't care for the yeah. I tried to get into the new album. I didn't like it, but I like their earlier stuff. Especially remember when Deftones was signed to Maverick Records? That's when I started getting into them around that time because I wasn't really familiar with a lot of maybe I've always liked Chino and Chino Moreno and all their music. But yeah, their recent stuff, yeah. I didn't particularly care for that last album. I tried to get into it. Did I say that? That might have been when I first listened to it, but then I was like, maybe it was this false emotion. But yeah, I was like, when I first listened to the record, I don't know, maybe I was going through some shit when I listened to the album that first came out. Because you know how sometimes when you listen to a record, you be all in your feelings. And then I was just like, I didn't revisit it afterwards. Maybe that's what it was. That, when you get into a certain thing, when you listen to a record, and it's like, it takes so much out of you emotionally, it's like, I can't revisit it. It's similar to The Long Walk. I saw the movie. I even bought the movie. I can't watch it again. because it was just too much. You said I got tickets to see Tovlo in Las Vegas for her Estrus tour. I told her I need to see your cat. What? I don't care if I'm gay. It's not a Tovlo without you getting laid or some type of. Well, she ain't doing that on that tour. White Pony is still one of my favorite. Well, that was the album that they released on Maverick Records, top 10 for sure. I really want to get into Tool, but it's actually intimidating again because their music is very like the music is very abstract. It's like it's kind of like taking you on a journey that I feel like when you listen to that record. But I wouldn't say I say don't be intimidated. Like whenever if you feel like in the mood to try to get in their music, I say just take one day to like lay down. That's why I said, well, I said abstract, but you hit the nail on the head. Is long because they be coming out with in the to compare to them. They're like the emo version. They're like Fish. Like it really feels like it's a Fish is, Fish is like a jam band. So it's like going. I'm like, God damn, when is this song going to end? They songs be hella long. So I will give you that. That is just like that. That's I think the most annoying thing about Tool is that God, why is this song 8 minutes? Like 8 minutes in and it's still going? It definitely feels that. But when we had the mental capacity to handle that, it wasn't an issue. Now it's an issue. He said the album cover of White Pony was Zion's favorite picture before I changed it to Britney with a pink wig. 10,000 Days is my favorite Tool album. Tool comes from Arizona. They're huge here. I didn't understand why until I figured it out. The emo version of Pink Floyd. Yeah, it's very Pink Floyd. It's got a lot of, like Fish vibes. Like it's very much like in that time frame of that's why meaning like their songs are so long and it's just like like I said, it's taking you on a journey. You said you had a history teacher that was obsessed with Tool and he described it as 7 minute long anthems. I recommend start with the perfect circle, then Tool. You really have to be in the mood. That's why I stated I was like if you find the time and the mood to be in, because yeah, you definitely have to be in a certain type of mood to want to listen to their music, and that's kind of like how I am, where it's like you got to be in a mood to listen to certain albums, and that's usually how it goes with that. But yeah, I would go with that because yeah, well, I think it's because you're probably saying go with the perfect circle then Tool because perfect circle is more. I feel like it's more accessible. Their songs aren't as long. You don't have to really like boggle yourself down with it. It's just like it takes you with like the rock and all the other stuff is there, but it's not asking you to take up too much of your time like a Tool record would. So yeah, a perfect circle definitely would be, and maybe that's why Maynard created a perfect circle because it was more of an accessible version of them not having to be so as experimental as you would with a Tool record. Could never really get into AFI. I tried, but I couldn't really get into AFI like that. I remember AFI. And funny enough, the lead singer of AFI. You ever seen that show, The Strain? He reminded me of that rock singer that turned into a vampire. He reminded me of him. And when I watched that show. But anyway, we've been going. We can continue the emo rock stuff in the comments, but let's get into more of the show. Let's get into some legal news, and let's talk about Tired Banks. So, and you want to know something? How was it down? I just noticed until I was watching this thing about Project Run. Excuse me, Project Runway, because Tyra Banks is currently on Project Runway, fighting with Laura Roach just about every damn episode because they disagreeing on stuff. How did I not realize Nina Garcia is not on this season? That goes to show how much I've been paying attention to the or just don't care about the season. Because I didn't even notice Nina's no longer part of the show. And she's been with the show since the beginning. Through all its ups and downs, through its regime change, the producer changes, the judges changes. Nina is I want no parts of this mess because y'all up in here just wanting to create drama and y'all not even out here critiquing clothes. There's people who have way better fashions that's getting eliminated, and y'all just want to keep all the problematic people because y'all thirsty for some damn ratings. which is why I stopped watching the damn show. I just listen to y'all bitch and moan about it on your little discourses on Instagram and Twitter and TikTok and all the other places that y'all be at bitching about this current season. But anyway, now speaking of that, Tyra got her own drama to deal with because remember she filed a defamation suit against America's Next Top Model and the documentary that happened over docu-series, it was 3 episodes over there on Netflix, trying to say that they took a lot of what she said out of context. Which says, if anybody would know about taking things out of context and changing up narratives or whatever to tell a story, it'd be you because you did it for 25 damn cycles over there on Top Model, according to some of the people that used to be on there and how you did the things that you did in regards to what they said. Now you out here trying to cry the same damn tears and expect empathy? So 2 months after supermodel Tyra Banks hit the streamer with a legal action over her depiction of the docu-series Reality Check inside America's Next Top Model, the Greg Sarando and Greg Peters run Netflix. Hold on. Who's Greg Sarando? They said run Netflix. I think you meant Ted Sarandos. I'm like, who's Greg? Deadline. Y'all need to get y'all tea together. Y'all even getting the people that run Netflix wrong. And you said, and Greg Peters run Netflix has hit the court catwalk with an anti-slap motion to toss the whole thing out, saying these are complaints about ordinary editorial decisions, which is literally what I said when I first reported this. The motion filed Friday in LA Superior Court exclaims, aiming for a October 30th hearing on its anti-SLAPP, and that's SLAPP, and dismissal motion, Netflix's attorneys at Gibson, Dunn, and Crutcher skewer Banks's June 13th filing with Anna Wintour precision. Y'all are so shady in this post, though. Friday's motion adds, documentary filmmakers decide whom to interview, what to ask, which answers to include, how to sequence competing accounts, and what to leave on the cutting room floor. Banks expressly agreed these decisions belong to the filmmakers. Dissatisfaction with editorial judgments is not actionable defamation. Now, in case you're missing the point Netflix is making about Banks's complaint, the motion lays it out with unadorned clarity. Strip away the complaint rhetoric of manipulation and surgical editing, and Banks's theory reduces to a request for more airtime and an edit more to her liking. The 28-page motion says, defamation law does not permit that result, and courts do not second-guess editorial judgments merely because an interview subject would have preferred different ones. In a direct statement to Deadline, Netflix reiterated its opposition to Banks' suit as well as its defamation to not only defend Reality Check and its directors, who are named as defendants in the model's suit. Directors Daniel Savan and Moore Laushi are respected documentarians who thoroughly interviewed the people behind America's Next Top Model, a Netflix spokesperson told Deadline on Friday. Tyra Banks was given the opportunity to speak openly about her experiences, and creators fairly presented her perspective alongside those of every other participant shown in this documentary. We stand behind Reality Check inside America's Next Top Model, and will continue to vigorously defend it. And here's the thing. I said from the beginning this damn lawsuit was some BS. And the only reason why Tyra is bitching and filing a lawsuit is because she went in trying to perpetuate a certain narrative. And the way people responded wasn't to her liking. She still got backlash over how she responded to the drama with how people received her in the documentary. And I'm going to tell you, in the docuseries, she didn't come across as favorable. She didn't. And that could just be your personality. Maybe you're just a cold-hearted snake in real life. That wasn't the word I wanted to use, but I don't know, I was feeling a little Paula Abdul-esque right about. So I was like, you was probably feeling like a cold-hearted snake. And especially when you were an executive producer and someone who worked on a reality show on UPN for 24 or 20, what was it, 24, 25 cycles? So you know how the sauce is made. And now because you didn't have control over the narrative, now you want to sit up in here and cry wolf. Same thing those former contestants of America's Next Top Model said you did to them when they were on your show. How you twisted certain things to tell a story. And when you're telling, there's a difference between doing a reality show and a documentary or a docuseries. Because a docuseries is you're gathering, you're interviewing people, you're asking them questions, and whatever comes out your mouth comes out of your mouth. We're not going to sit up in here and channel RuPaul and blame it on the edit, because that wasn't what that was. For time constraints, we're not going to put your whole, everything you said in the thing. So I just think this is some BS. Tyra, you wasting tax-paying dollars, you wasting your time, you wasting the time of Netflix, and you wasting everybody else's time. And I think because even the icing on the cake, you talk about I want to revive America's Next Top Model, and how you brought that up in the end, that really pissed a lot of people off. All people wanted you to do was, here's the thing. It's like, yeah, did we do things and take things to the extreme back then in America's Next Top Model? Yes, we did. However, what y'all need to realize is this is what it was back in the day. This is how things were back in the day. We're not excusing it. It just was what it was. People also need to realize, like in the 2000s, it was ruthless out here in these streets in regards of how they produced reality entertainment, especially because there was this loophole where it was like, reality stars were not unionized like actors. So your actors had protection. I mean, some people will kind of side eye that kind of protection with all the union things that's been going on as of late, and it's not perfect. Nothing is, but for the most part, actors, performers of any kind that's a part of a union, and I'm a part of a union, so they're protected under a lot of stuff. Reality stars are not. And I remember at one point, Bethany was running around here trying to be all Sojourner Truth, talking about, oh, we gonna come out with a reality reckoning. And I said, what happened to that, sis? I mean, you just kind of just came and went with that. And so reality stars don't really have that protection. So the times was different. It's the same thing when I get in this Perez Hilton story. It was that people need to realize that it was ruthless at a time with celebrity news and gossip and kind of taking a more Wizard of Oz, pulled the curtain back on the industry and exposing the real dirt and the real grit of how the industry was. And now Perez wasn't the person that started it. He became the face. He popularized it. He became the big face and name and popularity of that whole time, in which we were all salivating at the mouth over all the drama and all the gossipy stuff that was going on. I'm not saying it was right. That was the time. And so if she would have just come out and said, you know what, this was the way we was doing America's Next Top Model. It was on UPN. People wasn't really watching that network. We did what we had to do to stay afloat. And so we was doing crazy shit to keep our name and in the zeitgeist and keep the ratings up. And in order to keep ratings up, when you got Masters to Serve, which is over there, whoever's running UPN, yeah, I had this idea in my head that I wanted to create this whole thing about giving opportunities for girls who would never actually get seen by people in the modeling industry, that I'm giving them an opportunity only to become those very vampires that work behind the scenes in the modeling industry, where you crushing a lot of these girls' dreams. You too short, you too fat, you too this, you too that. All the things that they say to the actual models, and I'm sure Tyra's heard that. I'm sure Naomi's heard it. I'm sure Christy Turlington has heard it. I'm sure Claudia Schiffer has heard it. I'm sure who was Miss Heroin Chic that was talking about how the cocaine up in the Madonna video. I'm sure she heard it. All the models have heard all the things. Kate Moss. And now it comes. So they've all had, so you projecting a lot of the stuff that you heard in your career coming up, you projecting it on these young models. And yeah, it's cute for the ratings, but I understood because I was like, this is how they talk to people in the industry. I knew all the tickets, so it didn't. So I wasn't as affected by it because I was aware of this is how it is in the business. But people on the outside looking in who aren't familiar, yeah, they're gonna come at it from the different lens, and she had to understand that. So you said what you said in this docu-series. and you now trying to save face, only making situations worse. And I definitely feel like this case is not going to really go far. I think they're going to throw it out, or people just going, girl, stop wasting our damn time with this foolishness. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the, Tyra and this defamation lawsuit where Netflix is finally clapping back at said, girl, get out of here with this foolishness. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Then it'll be the next episode with guest judge Iman. Oh, so I guess she is on the show, or maybe she's just popping in and out. Because I was like, I haven't seen it. I heard people mention she's not on the show. Where is the unreleased 3-hour video that she said she was spilling the truth since a lot of crap was scrapped for the final cut? Where is it? Not where's the Tyra? Like you giving like you real mad at her. So yeah, it's like okay that we release all the footage for people to see. Then he said on Old Rock Tea, Starfucker Inc. by 9 Inch Nails was allegedly a diss track to Courtney Love. And they had Marilyn. Wasn't Marilyn in the video too? Or wasn't it about him too? I could have sworn he was also included in that. Are you shadow banned? I mean, I don't know. Who shadow banned? What'd you say? Oh, yeah. He said Les Moonves ran UPN. Do the math. And you know he hates women, especially black women, on account of what he did to Janet Jackson. Janet, or as T.S. Madison say, Janet, Janut, Janet. Where's Janet? All right, now speaking of lawsuits, we got another one that's popping up. This time with Selena Gomez. So Selena Gomez done caught herself and her mother got herself caught up in a situation where she's being accused of some defrauding. And so her attorneys through her attorneys, she's slamming this completely meritless situation. So Selena Gomez and her legal team have released a fiery statement after the Only Murders in the Building star was accused of defrauding investors in her mental health startup, Wondermind, in a federal lawsuit filed on Thursday. Now, earlier this week, investors filed a suit against the company and its founders, claiming they had invested nearly $1.2 million into Wondermind Global Inc. and were misled about the organization's infrastructure, leadership, and resources. Gomez, Tiffy, and Pearson, along with Wondermind, are being sued over counts of alleged securities fraud, common law fraud, breach of contract, and more. In a statement provided to Rolling Stone on Saturday from Gomez's attorney, Matthew S. Rosengart, Gomez denies the allegations, saying, quote, the allegations that Selena Gomez engaged in any way whatsoever in any purported fraud or other wrongdoing are completely meritless, both factually and legally, Rosengart said. We will vigorously defend these false allegations and indeed are filing a motion to dismiss the baseless claims against her. The statement was first reported by People. Now, according to the suit reviewed by Rolling Stone, the plaintiffs, Wondermind SRS 44 LLC and Bespoke Wondermind SPV 1 LLC, claimed they were led to believe that revenue generating streams, including a groundbreaking app, advertising deals, and celebrity cover stories, were already in motion. Instead, the complaint alleges for 3 years, while the company quietly collapsed around them, not one of its founders, officers, or directors said a word to the investors whose money was funding the collapse. The plaintiffs are seeking rescission, of their investments in Wonderland, as well as damages and costs. Now, the lawsuit also claims the plaintiffs did not discover the facts underlying their claims until The Cut published an article into the startup's operations years later. The outlet reported tensions between Gomez and her mother, as well as a power struggle between Tiffy and Pearson. According to the complaint, the Cut's report revealed that state of utterly disarray of the company to the plaintiffs, including Tiffy's alleged substance abuse disorder and her gross mismanagement of the company. Gomez object dereliction of her duties and her active efforts to distance herself from it, and the startup's failure to fulfill basic obligations such as timely paying its employees and vendors. Pearson is a sole defendant named as one of the lawsuit counts of alleged security fraud and claims she made misstatements or omissions to investors to encourage their purchases of stock, and is also accused of conversion and unjust enrichment. The suit cites an August 2025 article by Forbes that alleged Pearson inflated the readership and valuation of the Newsette, what the fuck is that? The Newsette newsletter during business pitches. Pearson is also accused of misappropriating investment funds for her own personal purposes and having impoverished the plaintiffs without justification. Now, in a previous statement to Rolling Stone, Pearson denied the allegations. Daniela categorically denies the allegations against her when it comes to the opportunity to present concrete documentation and financial records that establish the facts, a rep for Pearson said in a statement. To be clear, she has never used investor funds or personal expenses. Quite the opposite. Danielle invested her own money into the business and did not draw a salary from the company. And then he said TV did not immediately respond to Rolling Stone's request for comment. Now, all I'll say on this is this. This is way beyond my pay grade. I'm sitting up here trying to understand all of this. This is too much legal jargon for me to even understand in my brain, especially with all the topics that we just covered. So on that note, all I'm gonna say about this is this. I'll continue to keep you all abreast of this story as it develops. I'm gonna let the legal people do what they do. I'm not gonna sit up here and try to act like I'm Judge Judy. Or maybe it's because as I was reading through the article, I started to not give a shit. That's probably what it is. But overall, I'll say this to say, what do y'all think of this story or don't think of this story? Whatever it is, leave it in the comments, chair. I couldn't wait to do a hard out for that time. I was like, as I'm reading, I so don't care about this story. But anyway, so let's move on and talk about a story that I do care about. And that'd be Malcolm-Jamal Warner. So Malcolm-Jamal Warner, he's been going through it since he passed away. There's been drama going on in regards of his widow, Tanisha, has been struggling financially to the point that her friend or friends, I can't remember, set up a GoFundMe to help her with, support, whatever the case is, because the bills are getting out of control. She can't handle a lot of the financial burden, stuff that's going on because she's been struggling. She had to give up her job. She's been homeschooling their kid and this whole sort of thing. And I was saying this in my mind the other day. I was like, if all of this is, once you get that GoFundMe coin, I was like, ma'am, you're going to have to downsize a little bit. The lifestyle in which you once lived with Malcolm, you can no longer live that lifestyle. So you need to downsize. You may have to get you a smaller house or maybe like an apartment complex or maybe a condo. Spend that coin and get you a condo, buy a condo, you and your kid live up in there, and then you're gonna have to figure out a way to get the money. But now it looks like Malcolm's mother has reached a settlement, and this happened over the weekend, with the actor's daughter's guardians over her inheriting portion of his fortune. So, according to reports, they said Pamela has since reached a settlement with her granddaughter's representatives, which is subject to court approval. Pamela said in a statement to TMZ on Thursday, August 13th. The agreement provides for Malcolm's daughter to receive the majority remainder of the trust and estate. Pamela told the outlet that the agreement has yet to be approved by the court, and she remains hopeful that all parties will support the resolution. Pamela slammed the untrue claims that she was preventing her granddaughter from receiving financial support. She noted that Malcolm-Jamal was thoughtful and deliberate in his estate planning to include all his loved ones. Now, according to the outlet, Malcolm-Jamal's widow, Tanisha Warner, had not spoken out about the deal and seemingly did not play a role in the discussions. So where did all this tea come from in regards of Tanisha coming out and filing a lawsuit, and then the friend setting up a GoFundMe? Now, last month, Tanisha filed a lawsuit against Pamela, who is successor trustee of Malcolm-Jamal Warner's family trust, 1 year after Malcolm-Jamal's tragic death. As you know, he died in 2025 after being caught in a riptide in Costa Rica while on vacation with his family. He was 54 at the time. Now, according to court documents obtained by Us at the time, and that's Us Weekly, Tanisha claimed that she was entitled to 1.2 million, which she claims is equivalent to what her late husband promised her as part of the couple's premarital agreement. Earlier this week, a friend of Tanisha's created a GoFundMe to aid her amid the legal battle, saying, I have watched Tanisha spend this year grieving the love of her life while honoring the promise they made to each other to homeschool their 9-year-old daughter. Every single day, she shows up for her child as though her own world had now fallen apart and still makes sure breakfast is on the table. The friend claimed that Malcolm-Jamal intended to update his estate plan to provide for his wife and daughter, but he passed away before he could sign the paperwork, saying, I'm asking you to stand with a grieving wife and mother and her young daughter so they don't lose what Malcolm always intended to provide for them. The post continued, every contribution, no matter the amount, makes a meaningful difference, so on and so forth, blah, blah, blah. So, look, it seems like we finally got a light at the end of the tunnel. We can put a bow on it. It looks like Pamela has said that, yeah, she's going to sign everything over. It'll go to the kid. They'll be able to do what they will with that coin. But 1.2, no shade, but $1.2 million, it might be a lot to someone like me because I ain't got like that in my account. But to someone like Malcolm, $1.2 million ain't a lot. So you might have to downsize because once you go through that, how you planning on continuing to support yourselves? Because like I said, it's like, yeah, 1.2 million is not a lot of money. Unless, like I said, you get you a cute little apartment somewhere, you can make that work, but you got to have some kind of coins coming in because, you know, when you're dealing with a house, you always got things falling apart and amenities and things that got to get dealt with. So we'll see how this all works out. But it seems like at the end of the day, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Not so much drama in regards to this. Malcolm's mother wants to just put all this to bed, but and does she still get to keep the GoFundMe going? Guess so. But anyway, in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Malcolm-Jamal Warner's mother saying that, yeah, she's worked everything out. Now it just has to go before the courts. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I don't speak legal either. That's what I was like. Did she commit fraud? That's what it just seemed like. It's like, was it fraud? Was it not fraud? What's going on? It's just like it just seemed like to me from that story, it just seemed like they were trying to say that they were trying to do this whole mental health startup. There were things that was happening in the thing, but what it seemed like to me is that y'all created this startup, and basically the people that invested the money, you were stealing their money instead of investing a lot of the money into this thing. Like, what happened to this whole mental health startup that y'all were trying to do? I didn't even know anything about it until this story. Because I don't be paying attention to Selena like that. I mean, I know Selena been going through her stuff, but she's married now. She's been doing Only Murders in the Building. She's been doing a lot of other things. Speaking of which, I heard that Benny Blanco was coming out with a Spanish language album, and people are divided over it. I was like, really? I mean, I don't listen to Benny Blanco like that. Quiet as it's kept. I thought his production on Selena's last album was a chop. Speaking of which, I thought that album was horrible. I was like, who is she trying to be on this record? It was like a full-on identity crisis. And just because y'all madly in love don't mean y'all should be working together. If anything, just ask Janet and Jermaine Dupri. Because whenever they worked together, their music was a mess. So yeah, I was just confused about that. That's why I was like, you know what, this is too much legal jargon. I just started to kind of slither out of that. There's a reason why Selena doesn't make me. Was that a re? Of course it was. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into some more show. Damn, we got so many topics. I didn't realize that there was a lot of topics. I think we had like maybe 15 or 16 topics. But we all get through it because we ain't got a show tomorrow. So that's why I got to give y'all all these topics. So, okay. So now let's get into some Tracee Ellis Ross tea. Now, when it comes to UPN, a lot of people are solidify UPN with America's Next Top Model. But they had other shows on there too. They had the latest seasons of Buffy. They also had One on One with Kyla Pratt. I used to watch that show. Also, there's a couple of things like Moesha. I used to live for Moesha back in the day. But another show that a lot of people really aren't familiar with would be Girlfriends, which wasn't that show popping before Sex in the City? Or did that come after Sex in the City? I'm not sure. But here's the thing with Sex in the City, I used to watch Sex in the City later on. I never really watched Sex in the City when it was on HBO. I started watching it like later. Like I think I came in around season 5. So I was like a late bloomer when it came to Sex and the City. And I did watch a couple of episodes of Girlfriends, but I was never really into that show like that. 'Cause I thought that show was a little too grown for me. But it was one of the more popular shows on UPN, and Tracee Ellis Ross is wondering that why, with their show being so popular, why was Girlfriends never acknowledged on a lot of the major late night talk shows? Like Jay Leno paid her dust. Um, David Letterman never got to go on that show. So while speaking to Trevor Noah, I almost said Noah Kahan. I'm like, he don't have a show. He's a singer. While speaking to Trevor Noah about why her sitcom never got the mainstream acclaim it deserved during the August 13th episode of his What Now podcast, the 53-year-old actress recalled television being very segregated at the time. Now, while Ross had said the show, which aired from 2000 to 2008, has since been given its fair share of recognition in hindsight, she made it clear that it certainly didn't have it back then. In fact, she said that during her time portraying Joan Clayton on the show, she never got any talk shows, no Tonight Show, no David Letterman, no Emmys, had never been to the Emmys. The Blackish actors went on to recall one occasion in which Jay Leno, who hosted The Tonight Show from 1992 to 2009, and again from 2010 to 2014, allegedly said, "We love Tracee. Call us when she gets something." I was like, I remember thinking, what? Like, what else do I have to get? I don't know. Now, in addition to allegedly being overlooked by late night television, Ross couldn't help but notice that another show, which she noted wasn't nearly as popular as Girlfriends at the time, was getting the recognition she felt she was being denied. She said, "I remember specifically the show Monk," she told Noah. "That show had a quarter of our viewership. I remember seeing him on the show and I was so confused," she continued, amongst star Tony Shalhoub. And I was like, I don't understand. Is it viewership? And the only thing you can boil it down to, you're like, is it just racism? I'm not sure how do you categorize it? I don't know what it is. Now, of course, reps for Leno, Letterman, NBC, CBS did not immediately respond to people's requests for comment. Now, after running for 8 seasons, Girlfriends aired its final episode on February 11, 2008. Since then, Ross has been nominated for 5 consecutive Primetime Emmys for Outstanding Lead Actress in a Comedy Series for her role as Rainbow Johnson in Blackish. She also earned a Daytime Emmy nomination for her travel show, Solo Traveling with Tracee Ellis Ross, earlier this year. She said, "I became a seasoned actress," she recalled, "of her time on Girlfriends, making her gratitude for the sitcom apparent. 173 episodes, you learn how to do it, and it's different from movies, but it's a real thing. You learn, you become a veteran. I just had the opportunity to do 173 episodes of a show. It's no joke." Oh, yeah, when you're doing 14, 16 hours of an episode and you're doing like what, 22 episodes a season, that is no joke. It's literally like running a marathon. And do I think it might be pegged with racism that may have something to do? I think it, yeah. I mean, racism, misogyny. Also, you people need to realize that back in the day when she was talking about segregated, like TV was segregated, it definitely was. Like when it came to the major networks, that's all a lot of the snobby network, the snobby talk show hosts cared about. Who can we get from ABC, CBS, Fox, NBC, like those networks, and maybe some of the cable channels? Cable wasn't as popping as it was in those times. I mean, yeah, they had little things coming up. Cable and they had little shows and stuff that was popping up, but for the most part, yeah, Monk. I never watched a single episode of that show. That show never interested me. And it's just a weird ass show. So they're pushing for shows on a smaller cable network, which what was it, USA? I think that show was on, where USA was like this little small channel, and I guess because it was a part of NBC, that oh, we're going to promote a lot of those shows. UPN, as it was stated, Les Moonves ran. So UPN was a small conglomerate. It was like a small little CBS channel. And back in those days, I will say this. A lot of the major networks thumb their nose at shows that came from UPN. They thumb their nose at shows that came off the CW until there was shows that you couldn't even like deny their explosion. Like when Buffy the Vampire Slayer first came out, oh, you couldn't deny that show. Buffy and Felicity and all those shows, you couldn't deny those because Entertainment Weekly would have them on their covers, and that was what a lot of young people were watching. When you're looking at a show like Girlfriends, which is about four black women that would kind of fit in that same ensemble type of show, like a Sex and the City, yeah, you're going to big up the Sex and the City girls because it's four white girls in New York versus four black girls. So yes, I do think that all of those played a part, but I also think when you have snobby ass networks like NBC and CBS and the like, they kind of just paid channels like UPN does. UPN often came in last in regards to the ratings, in regards to the network. The biggest thing to come out of that channel, yes, Girlfriend was huge in black households, but it wasn't huge beyond that. And it's no shade. I'm just telling you this is the way that they look at stuff. So it was popular in a specific household. It wasn't like that crossover show that I mean, maybe there was white girls out there that was watching Girlfriends. I don't know. I don't know many white girls that I could ask if they was watching. But like the other day, I'm asking coworkers, I'm like, have y'all ever seen the movie Hostel? Because they was somebody, because one of my friends was one of my coworkers was somebody he's going on vacation. He said he going to Budapest. I'm like, what the fuck isn't hungry? And I said, don't enter like them kids in Hostel. And he was like, what's Hostel? I looked at him like, this is when you're dealing with 20-year-olds. They don't, it's like, when you're working with 20, it's like, what's Hostel? Anyway, so that's another thing too. I mean, I don't think demographic had anything to do with it because that was something back in the day. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, I think it's all the things. I think it may have done with racism, misogyny, but also the fact that yeah, they kind of look down on shows coming off of the UPN network, or as I would call it, well, UPN, the N did stand for network, right? Child, I used to call it the U People's Network. That's what I used to call it. But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do you think that Tracee has a valid point on why, that they were overlooked by like the Emmys and the late night talk shows and stuff? And I said, yeah, a lot of times they really paid a lot of those shows on those channels dust. They thumb their nose at a lot of those type of shows because if it wasn't on ABC, CBS, Fox, or NBC, y'all were pretty much just not acknowledged. The industry was very, I mean, it's still snobby, but it was very snobby back in the day. And like she said, segregated. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. What the hell she do? Like, how y'all trying to arrest her? Do you think there's such a thing as TV shows meant for insert here audience? I'm sure UPN was what BET is now. Yeah, I definitely think that there were certain networks and certain TV shows, and we're not going to sit up here and discount the idea that networks are notorious for creating channel like creating shows specifically for an audience, and when you build it for that specific audience, meaning black people, because they did it with Fox, they did it with the WB, which is now the CW, which CW is now just straight up trash. Like there's nothing on that channel worth watching now. And then they did it with UPN, which was, remember with Fox, y'all had Live in Color, you had New York Undercover, you had all those shows, you had Martin, Living Single, you had all those shows. And then once you built the foundation on the backs of blacks, then y'all decided, let's bring in Married with Children, let's bring in all these white shows, and then y'all push the black shows out. Did the same thing with the CW. Y'all, we had, don't even get me started on Cleghorn. That show was terrible. But y'all had the Jamie Foxx show. Y'all brought in, who else? We had Steve Harvey had his own show. I used to love that show. First of all, I had the biggest crush on Romeo and Bullethead. Those were the two. I was like, Merlin Santana, may he rest in peace. And then Bullethead to a little cute white cell. And then what was the other ones that they had on there? Then they had the Wayans brothers. We had all those shows. So they purposely created these networks around black shows because you knew we was all going and black people are when it comes to TV programming and representation, we are a loyal bunch. That's the only thing we be loyal to. Anything else to do with blacks, we just like y'all pay people dust. But when it comes to the representation in TV and movies, oh, black people show up in droves. So they were notorious for doing that. It's like, yeah, they create those things. And like you said, there are people that don't feel like they can watch anything on BET. Oh, because they feel like, oh, it's with black people, so that's not gonna be for me. Columbia House is officially shut it. I can't believe Columbia House is still around. Let me tell you, I'm sure I'm not the only one that did it, but were y'all ever one of those people with Columbia House where it's like you could order a bunch of CDs for like 1 cent or whatever? They send it to you and then you send them the money later, but I never send the money. Sure enough, did. I used to go and order CDs. I'm like, oh, these are albums that I was like, I couldn't get nowhere else. I remember I got a Portishead CD. I got a whole bunch of CDs from Columbia House and had them sent. I never paid for them. You said what? Yes, I definitely watched Desperate Housewives, and they're talking about rebooting it. I love Desperate Housewives. First of all, I watched it because Jesse Metcalf was on there. Sidebar: I watched the first episode of a sitcom that premiered in 2000 that I know you're a big fan of this morning. Any ideas of what show it is? Was it Family Matters? Well, you said 2000. That didn't premiere in the 2000s. That premiered in the 90s. What was it? Oh, you said Budapest is a key. The girls closeted, the body tea. Well, you talking about there's a lot of homosexuals in Budapest? Respectfully, I think she's seeking approval in the wrong place. Go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. Oh, you talking about Tracee? Yeah, because like, why didn't you acknowledge me? Why didn't you give us the love? Why didn't you give me the respect? Now, why am I getting the Joan Crawford territory that I'm entitled to? It's like, ma'am, because I always say I don't go where I want it. Yeah. They didn't acknowledge us. That's fine. As long as the fans have shown that they love the show and people come up to you and talk about how, whatever it is they say that, watching Girlfriends that changed my life. I loved you as Joan. Like, as long as you get them accolades, who gives a good goddamn what the Emmys think? Who cares what? Because all that is just be like a bunch of pats on the back from your peers. Like, who cares about that? As long as I know I do a good enough damn job. And you saw when she went over and did Blackish over on ABC. That's of course where she get all the accolades because you on a big network, and that show was popular and beloved. So that's what they're going to focus on. Like I said, UPN was sort of like a little tiny hole in the wall. I should have mentioned this earlier, but there was an early 20-something who couldn't remember Justin Timberlake's name and only knew him as JT in a video titled They Bleached the Music Video. They bleached the music industry. I was like, no, you don't want to get them JTs confused because we got JT from City Girls too. Up up. UPN and WB was frowned upon, but it's odd. Buffy, Charmed, and Reba are some of the most beloved TV shows. Seventh Heaven, they were dismissed because it was seen as a teen network or black shows like UPN. Hint, a cast member from Desperate Housewives is playing a homosexual. Bitch, you watching Teen Wolf? Is that what you watching? You said he playing a homosexual. Wait, did that show come out in the 2000s? Well, I feel like that came out in the 2010s. Or am I off again? But then wait a minute, wasn't the brothers, the twins that was on Teen Wolf, wasn't he also on were they also on Desperate Housewives? What was the show that they were on where they were the Carver twins? But were they on? Wait, no. Cole and Dylan Sprouse was on Full House. I had to remember that. Queer as Folk. I saw myself so much in Justin. Oh, wait a minute now. You watching Queer as Folk? I would have never got that. You said in the 2000s. You was like, I saw myself. Look, funny enough, when you look back on a lot of those characters, I saw myself in a lot of those characters. First of all, I saw myself in Brian because I definitely was Brian Kenny at that time out here fornicating with everybody with a damn pulse. So I definitely was giving slut tease. I also was very much Justin because I felt like Justin and I was like a little. I mean, I don't think I was ever a twink. Yes, I was skinny and I was young. I guess you would call that as a twink. That's what I was thinking of too. I was like, wait, you watching Melrose Place? Because I remember Doug Savant was played a homosexual on that show. I never watched Melrose Place. Melrose Place was before my time. I never got into Beverly Hills 90210 either because I was too young for that. Because I bought CDs from Columbia House Music and whatever R and non-rated movies I can get from the video club. That was my triple X. First of all, I didn't even, funny enough, it's funny how you mentioned the VHS stuff. I don't think I ever did the Columbia House VHS, but I did the music. That was more or less what I was taking. She was the daughter of Diana Ross. I just realized her kids didn't get the Nepo baby treatment. Something tells me that Diana Ross wasn't. Child, do we really need to get in some Diana Ross tea about, Diana Ross is a very talented singer. However, we know she had to throw them legs open a lot to get where she at. And that's all I'm gonna say. Miss Mama's vagina was very busy back then. It sure was. And you say, I will say, and yeah, let me tell you, I loved Queer as Folk. One of the things that really drove me into Queer as Folk, fuck, you know what I really want to do? But I can't. I would love to do a Queer as Folk viewing. The problem is I would have to do it from like Paramount Plus. It's got the horrible music on there. I have the DVDs with the real music on it from Babylon. That's the only thing that keeps me like locked into that show because of Queer as Folk and all the other like the music. They changed the music up so much because they lost the licensing. But watching it like on like that's the only time I love watching Queer as Folk is like I pop in the DVDs and watch that. Because the music from Babylon is just atrocious. But it might actually be fun to watch the show with the music so I can make fun of it with the new music to make fun of it. But watching it like the old stuff is better. Not Gail Howard. You can come out, daddy. No way is he straight in real life. Queer as Folk is a drama, and good luck because season one finale always prevents me a few weeks. Oh, you talking about what happened? We're not gonna because Onyx didn't see it, so we're not gonna spoil what happens in the finale. But yeah, I remember I cried when I watched that finale. Every time I watch, it said trust. I definitely will keep watching. The guy who played Mikey was on a Disney show I watched as a child, and we had Hal Sparks on there. There was so much drama. Did y'all even know that Billy Porter auditioned to be in Queer as Folk and didn't get it? He told that story. And they try to prevent a lot of actors from signing up for that. They did that with Noah's Ark too. And yeah, so Queer as Folk was definitely a reflection of my life back then because I was literally those guys. And I know what some people are like, when you're stereotyping gays, I'm like, really? Because I was them up in a Babylon. My Babylon was the Roxy. My Babylon was Splash. Those were my Babylons, but the mega nightclubs, and we've had many. We didn't have just one like they did in that movie. We had a lot of mega clubs in New York City back when New York City was popping as the club mecca. Not so much anymore. I mean, we still got our little spots, but the clubs out in New York ain't as popping as they once were. But I was doing those. I was doing the clubs with the back. Lanier's in here. I don't want to be telling my tea. I mean, he see me out here in these streets. Look, I can't keep drinking water. I'm about to run out. But yeah, when I used to go to a certain establishment with a red rooster on the top, been there in a minute. I may need to do a little revisit to that good old red rooster. But yeah, a lot of the where they have like the bathhouses. Speaking of which, they talking about bringing bathhouses back to New York. I said if they do that, I would definitely apply for a job and work. I've always wanted to work in like a bathhouse or something. Anyway, enough about We said yeah, there was a reminder of our lives. Actually, be a cute thing to do. Do a queer folk rewatch. Um, except I got to listen to that horrible ass music. That might be fun. And you said, and you know what I found so interesting? The sex scenes didn't turn me off. If anything, I got pricked. Brian got with a 17-year-old. Let me act like I didn't say, child, let me tell you, I was 17, maybe younger, having sex with older men. Because in those times, pre-internet and all the other stuff. I mean, we had internet, but it was in the early stages, as you'll see when you watch the show, how dated a lot of the internet was at that time. But that was the 2000s, the late 90s, and that's what we did. It's a stereotype you live in rural America, but for people like Chris, that wasn't a stereotype. It was extremely accurate. The politics of the homophobic people matches today. And I was at it because I was coming up in the clubs when, like, seeing, I'm like, damn, y'all kind of. I mean, yeah, it was a lot of it was exaggerated, but for the most part, it was like, yeah. And there were places where we had a Debbie at a bar, like or a food spot. Like you had that colorful woman that was working up in the like. So we would see the Debbies in the bars, or you go to a certain bar and they had the after parties, or when you was done clubbing, yeah, you would go to. If you was in the village, I've heard it's really gentrified. They said there's like straight college boys that be up in I'm like, ill, really? Like on Christopher Street? Y'all killing the vibe down there. So it's gotten a little more gentrified. But when you go to your little areas, your little neighborhoods or whatever, like when we was done with the clubs at 4 o'clock, who was going home? We would go right to the diner, or we go somewhere, we go out and eat. Because I had to sop up that liquor and then go home, take a shower, and go to work. So you said, what do you mean Brian just walked? Wait, what do you mean Brian just walked up to his gym teacher in a locker room while he was showering and sucked him up? Well, I wasn't doing that. As a 14-year-old, I love this show. I can't wait to watch the rest of it 82 episodes ago. I was like, what made you want to all of a sudden watch Queer as Folk? All right. Where we going? Okay, child, let's get into this mess. Let's talk about Perez Hilton. So Perez Hilton's sister is basically giving everybody an update, even though she's been asking everybody for privacy. It's funny how the family's asking for privacy, but y'all keep spilling tea. I mean, keep spilling. My nosy ass want to know, but y'all can't be up in here talking about give grace and respect the family and all these other things when it's a slippery slope when you asking it of somebody who made an entire career about of spilling someone's personal business and profiting off of it. So let's get into this Parasite Hilton story. So Perez Hilton remains hospitalized after his devastating S-word attempt on August 4th, and his physical and mental road to recovery is expected to be a long one. I also heard that they were saying that yeah, he's getting inpatient care and all this other stuff. That was the latest story. I didn't go further into wanting to read about it, but I just heard that that's the latest. Now, in an exclusive interview with Page Six, Hilton's sister Barbara Lavandiera gave an emotional update on her beloved brother's death following the alarming TikTok live stream. Say Mario remains hospitalized and continues to receive medical treatment for his injuries. His physical and mental recovery is going to take a lot of time, but we remain hopeful, Barbara told Page Six Wednesday in her first and only interview since the heartbreaking incident. He has no access to a cell phone, social media, or the internet. Everyone's focus is on helping him recover physically and making sure he receives the mental and emotional care and support he needs. While Barbara refrained from providing specific details on Hilton's injuries or treatment, as they are private medical matters, and what is it, HIPAA law and all that stuff. She did give an update on the wounds he sustained from self-harming while live on the Tiki Talkie. She said he did sustain cuts to his face and other areas, but it's still far too early to know the extent of any lasting damage or scarring, she shared. What I can say is that he has a long road ahead of him, both physically and mentally. When asked if Hilton 48 remembers the harrowing incident, Barbara said their visits and conversations with him have been limited. I don't want to speak for Mario or what he does or doesn't remember, she said. He's with medical professionals, and right now the focus needs to remain on his treatment and recovery. There'll be time for those conversations when his doctors believe he's ready. As for when Hilton will be able to return home to his family, she said, we honestly don't know. His physical and mental recovery is going to take time, and we're following the guidance of his doctors. This is what she told Page Six. I don't want to offer a timeline or make promises of when he might come home. Right now, the most important thing is that he receives the treatment he needs and isn't rushed through any part of his recovery. Now, while the focus has been helping Hilton recover, Barbara and her mother, Teresita Lavandiera, are also taking care of the blogger's three children, Mario 13, Mia 11, and Maite, who's 8, who were at their father's Miami home before the incident. And basically saying that they want to make sure the kids are safe, supported, and surrounded by people who actually care about them. They love their father, and the goal is for Mario to get well and be able to take care of his children again when he is healthy and able to do so safely. In the meantime, our mother is caring for them, and our entire family is helping provide the love, stability, privacy, and professional support they need. But and you already know about the temporary custody of, where she filed for temporary custody of the kids on August 7th, with Hilton voluntarily consenting to the custody request. And they said that, yeah, his kids have never been taken from him in the past. Neither my mother nor I are trying to take them away from him permanently now. And this is response to the false information circulating regarding custody. And to me, it's like, yeah, they want to temporarily jump in and take um excuse me, and take care of the kids because they need TLC. They need somebody who's going to be there for the children. But here's the thing: before all of this was happening, Perez looked a little sickly. I mean, if you look on the left, the head is ginormous. He looked too damn skinny because I know he was on that little weight loss journey, and it looked like it was a bit extreme in the whole weight loss situation. And then, he had the whole sepsis situation, and then all of a sudden he was somebody who was finding he found God, which automatically means you go on Sean Hannity and Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly shows whenever you find Jesus. You go to them false fucking prophets and spew a bunch of Christianity bullshit because you can't hack it any other place. Because I got a story from Rob Shutter that was talking about how he was trying to sell PerezHilton.com and he couldn't find any buyers because at this point, the blogosphere ain't doing what it's doing anymore. Yeah, my blog does numbers because I'm doing the celebrity news and gossip, whatever, and I'm bringing a lot of stories and stuff in there. The numbers are doing well, but I don't make really a profit from my website. I make more of a profit doing doing a YouTube show. So, um, he hasn't really. I feel like Perez has had a hard time trying to transition into the next period of celebrity news and gossip. It's no longer in the blogosphere. It's more or less what I'm doing now, where we doing podcasts and we doing videos and all that other stuff and doing reels and things. So that's where the money resides. And I think also, see, it was like when I talked about it earlier, Perez Hilton, when people talk about, yeah, karma, this and the other, I don't know if it's necessarily karma. I don't know how karma works, but I think I've said it till I'm blue in the face. You can't do things to certain celebrities and then expect the same type of empathy when you didn't provide that to the celebrities that you pretty much mocked and made fun of when they were at their lowest. Now you're at your low, and I understand you're trying to make amends, and you made amends with certain celebrities where they was talking about that Neil Patrick Harris forgave you because you outed him and all this stuff back. And that's great. If there's celebrities out there that want to forgive him for the things that he's done to them, that's their prerogative. They have a right to do that. But you still got to make peace with some of the negative and crazy things that you've done in your life. And you did it clearly because you wanted the attention. Remember, once upon a time, Perez wanted to be an actor. He wanted to get into the world of entertainment, and it didn't work out for him in that way. So he found the thing that made him famous, which was being famous for doing absolutely nothing and contributing nothing but chaos and craziness to the entertainment space. Hence why you came up with the name of another celebrity who made a career of being from doing absolutely nothing, Paris Hilton. So when you took a moniker and you made it of that name and made something of yourself of that, kind of goes hand in hand. So um I hope he gets himself together. I wish him well. I mean, but do I feel bad over something? It's like it's hard to root for somebody who's made a career out of, you know, um tormenting a lot of people, drawing cum stains and stuff on people's faces and things. But I do feel for his mother though, because what mother wants to experience seeing their child go through something that they witness and they can't prevent you from doing? Because I don't know if it explains it here, but I definitely saw that there was a story that said that um he was before the incident on the TikTok happened, he basically they said he was real quiet. He locked himself in his room. And she asked him, the sister asked him, are you okay? And he was like, I'm fine or whatever. Then I guess he unlocked the door. She saw he was naked and he was like bloody and cutting himself and doing something. So when she saw that he was doing that, she immediately grabbed the kids, took him out of the house, got him in the car, tried to get him away. To which they said he came out of the house, butt naked, covered in blood, chasing after them, banging on the window. That's got to be trauma, not only just for the sister trying to prevent the kids from seeing it, but the kids seeing their father going absolutely ape shit and having a mental break and cutting himself up and covered in blood, which some people said they believe the blood was fake. But if you wasn't there, you can't sit up there and make accusations about something that you aren't privy to. You basically y'all think everything is fucking AI and fake anyway on whenever y'all pop on social media, which I'm not gonna hold y'all. I wouldn't put nothing past a lot of these people. There's so much stuff out here that could be faked because of technology now. It's hard to really take the moment and differentiate what is real and what isn't because of the AI becoming more and more and more crazy and hard to differentiate. So, um, here's a speedy recovery. Well, I won't say speedy recovery because it's going to take a long while. Like something like this, it shouldn't take a speedy recovery, but hopefully he gets it together. I wish him well. Shout out to the children because no kid should have to witness stuff like that. And I hope that Perez gets the help that he needs. Now, I was going to say what else it says. So what I can say on behalf of our family is that we are deeply grateful for every kind message, prayer, and expression of genuine concern. The support has meant more to us than I could probably express. So, and they said when Mario is ready and his doctors believe it's appropriate, anything he wants to say should come directly from him. Um, oh yeah, so she did explain because I was like, I know I saw that article somewhere. So yeah, she said this. She said August 4th will forever be one of the darkest days my family and I have ever experienced. Um, that afternoon, Mario was in his bedroom with the door closed and locked, and which wasn't like him. His door was almost always open. When I knocked, he said he was fine, but I could barely hear him. When I knocked a few more times and asked him to open the door, he stopped responding. I tried calling his cell phone in case he couldn't hear me, but he wouldn't answer. Something just felt wrong. When Barbara managed to enter the bedroom, she discovered he was locked in the bathroom and unlocked the door, coming face to face with her injured brother. When I opened the door, my nightmare became a reality. Mario was standing in front of the shower, naked, cut up, covered in blood, with a box cutter in his hand. What I can say with certainty is that I didn't recognize my brother when I looked at him. I saw it in his eyes. They didn't look the same. Then, a split second later, he smiled at me. It felt like I was staring at someone else. Baba fled the home with Hilton's three children and contacted authorities. Eventually, I was able to go back into the house and I waited for the ambulance and placed towels over Mario to help stop the bleeding. He had already lost a significant amount of blood, yet he was somehow still able to speak, although his voice was very faint. She recalled the page 6. The ambulance took him to the hospital and I stayed behind to speak with the crisis team that arrived. Also in the interview, Barbara detailed the weeks leading up to Perez's suicide attempt including his hospitalization for severe depression. 2 weeks before the self-harm incident at his Miami home, he approached his mother and sister, who was visiting from California, to discuss receiving help for his mental health issues. He told us that a few days earlier he had felt empty, hopeless, and he was a burden on everyone. He then admitted that one night when he couldn't sleep, he had taken the remaining painkillers from his surgery in March. He said he just wanted to sleep. Barbara was referring to when Hilton was hospitalized in March for taking flu medicine on an empty stomach. He developed an ulcer, perforation, and sepsis. He spent 3 weeks in the hospital. 1 month later, he underwent emergency surgery for a blood clot. Barbara agreed to take him to the hospital the same day as he went voluntarily. He was discharged after several days of evaluation and treatment. That weekend, Mario seemed so much better. He looked better too. We spent time together as a family, and he started looking up coping mechanisms and grounding techniques he had learned during his short stay in the hospital. Hilton returned to his regular therapy sessions on August 3rd. The following day, the day of his suicide attempt, he completed an intake call from an intensive outpatient program and was supposed to begin outpatient group therapy the following week. Sadly, their lives changed forever later that afternoon. Now, Barbara acknowledged there could have been so many things involved, including severe depression, the lingering effects of his hospitalization and sepsis, not sleeping, possible medication reactions, and the combination of prescription over-the-counter medications he took that day. So it was a lot of stuff that was going on him, which probably caused him to just go nuts or whatever. So now, ask for why. Now, I know a lot of people explain it. For somebody who want privacy, why are you talking so much, especially to page six of all people? So she said Mario has always been an open book. He's a public personality and someone who has shared so much of his life online. I'm talking now for everyone who cares about him and has been sending him their best wishes, but also because of all the rumors, false reporting, fake exclusives, and made up quotes going around. I can only share what I personally witnessed and experienced, but I want people to hear directly from someone who was actually there. So and this is actually the third part in a four-part series. So if y'all want to read all the other ones, y'all can go over to my website, chrisavalon.com, and read it. But I just want to give y'all an inside look on this whole situation. And yeah, so as I mentioned before, it was like, yeah, that he needed the money. He thought the blog was a golden ticket, but nobody wanted to touch it. So yeah, there was a story that Rob Shutter reported that he thought that the blog his website could still command a major payday. And no, they said that due to declining traffic, a shrinking audience, and a brand they believe would be difficult to revive, they moved on. So nobody wanted to buy his website, and said that he wanted $10 million, and the market was telling him it was worth a fraction of that, and saying that his blog could have been worth less than $1 million, a fraction of the 10 million he had hoped to get, because he needed a lot of money. But yeah, if you would have sold it years ago when you was at your height, maybe you could have got $10 million. Maybe you could have got a little bit more. But yeah, blogs are not doing gangbusters like that anymore. People aren't really into the whole blogosphere. A lot of people now want their celebrity information from YouTubers, because we're getting it out there a lot faster than the TMZs and all, and the Access Hollywoods and the extras and all that stuff. So that's where people are going to get their information. But yeah, so shout out to Perez and all of them, and shout out to his family, because that's what I feel for in this whole situation. But regarding all of that, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding the latest update on Perez Hilton, courtesy of his sister? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. A fan fiction writer I follow posted a GIF of Brian and Justin that I found so hot. I paid a visit to the Pirate Bay and finally watched it. Caption was, "What do y'all know about hashtag them?" He said that happened a lot. Trust me, it was illegal, but when you need to. We weren't judgmental like Gen Z, because unlike our heterosexual peers, I know it's like something I have a hard time wanting to talk about. But yeah, I mean, was it what now? What the adult should the adult have known better to hook up with somebody like me who was young and horny and didn't know no damn better, and my frontal lobe hadn't developed? Yes, but when you're young and you're coming to terms with your sexuality and you seeking the comfort of a man, yes, I was underage fornicating with older men. And maybe people see it differently now. Oh, you was touching, you was this. Well, you call it whatever it was, but let me tell you, I was getting my life. Especially with this guy. I told y'all this big muscular black man and tore my ass up when I was a child. It's kind of like what Laverne said about that MAGA cop. Oh, he wore me out. Something I love about watching shows from before my time is how it serves as a time capsule. Yeah, Crave Network or Logo wouldn't do a Brian Justin storyline today, but thank goodness for absolutely. And that's why I said like you hit the nail on the head when you call it serves as a time capsule. And I really wish that a lot of people of your generation, because you are Gen Z, would understand that y'all should be here coming in with this moral finger pointing and all that other crap. And it's like, would y'all please just look at it as we're not saying it's right, but you got to look at things as a time capsule. And this is what it was back in the day. Now, would we celebrate that stuff now? No, but it it shows that it's not we're not perfect. The story probably is controversial, but we learn from those mistakes. It's kind of like when I was watching. I forget what I was watching. I was watching. I think I was watching like that horror docu-series on Shudder, and they were talking about black and queer representation in horror movies in the 80s. And with somebody, yeah, it served as a time capsule. There was a lot of stereotypes in there, but there was some truth to those stereotypes, and they also go to show, like, you know what, it wasn't perfect at those times, but it opened this thing of more representation down the road and how we can make things better. So I'm glad that those stereotypes exist pertaining with gay characters, black characters, and Hispanic characters, and Filipino characters, and all these different characters that was in these movies, and how things got better over the years. Because yeah, there are movies out there where the black person is no longer the criminal; they were the hero. When you actually got to see a black lead in Night of the Living Dead in the '60s, that was something that was revolutionary. And George Romero's always done something groundbreaking where he's put marginal people who are marginalized as his leads. I don't know if it was intentional, but it's terrible. I hate it. I do not like that new Troye Sivan single. I'm like, what is this shit? Go back to the lab and come up with something better. This cannot be what you and Jack Atnoff and Leland and the rest of y'all came up with this song. It is a chop. The video, I was like, I don't care how many trans girls, how many drag queens, and they said it was a Charlie XCX cameo. I didn't care so much, but the song was so terrible, I didn't even see her in the damn as a cameo. So if she was up in it, point it out to me. But overall, I don't care how many drag queens. I don't care if Nicole Kidman was up in it. I don't care if you pulled Jesus Christ off the cross and made him be a cameo. The song is ass. And I was like, what is this? Like, come on now. Why am I gay so goddamn boring? Why? Why are y'all giving us boring ass music? Like, what are y'all doing? And you said I hate it upon first listen, but it's grown on me. It's a love letter to the women part of the LBTQ. Wait, oh, Leviticua. I was like, what? Well, that's cute or whatever. I hate the song. But you said he just talking for 4 minutes straight. I really hope there's some club. It better be because Rush was I was like, okay, Troy is heading in the right direction. Then he starts to come out with this. I'm like, I hope it's not true with this whole thing. Charlie XCX did the anti-brat with this new album, and now he's trying to do the same. I'm like, can you just find your own identity, sir? Why are you trying to copy her? I know y'all are besties or whatever, but do your own thing with the music. Or maybe he's trying to get off his label. Maybe there's that. So it's like he trying to give y'all a chop album on purpose so that way his label could drop him, he can go independent. I don't know. We'll see. But anyway, speaking of seeing, we down to our final four topics. I finally see that light at the end of the tunnel. I definitely put a lot on my plate in regards to the topics. But we gonna power through it. So we done our final four topics. So you can please do me a solid, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, do all the things to help this show get out there in that good old algorithm and all that good stuff. Please and thank you. Oh, you said, have you heard of Michael Madreno's? I saw his album cover for the Penthouse and thought Chris would love. Yeah, I am familiar with him. Hold on, because I think I have him in my library. Let me look him up because that name do sound familiar. Yeah. I think I actually, yeah, the Penthouse. Oh yeah, it's a part of my yeah, definitely yeah, I have listened to this record because I have it in my thing. I just realized he put out a new EP called Fuck Forever. Thank you for reminding me of him because he just dropped it on July 24th. Then I know he released new music. But yeah, but I listen to a lot of those artists. Another art, like I listen to a lot of them, like Tom Asphalt. I've been getting into a lot of his music lately, but I've always liked his music. Bentley Robles, he's cute or whatever, but I mean, it's hard for me to kind of get into his music. I like a couple of his songs. Also, Z Machine, like they fall in that same category of like the Slaters and the Bronze Averys and the Cobras and the Miss and the Kim Petras, which I've been listening to a lot of. I've revisited Cobra's Torn. I've been listening to that a lot lately. Before I kind of was like, I wasn't really listening to it like that, but recently I was like, oh. Um, I've been listening to a lot more Cobra than usual. I like to revisit her every now and again. But no, I do like Michael Madreno's music because it's giving me what I be wanting from the gays. There was also what's his name? There was another gay artist I was into, but I didn't particularly like his new album. It'll come to me. But anyway, let's move on and let's get back into the show because we're down to our final four topics. And let's talk about Lily Wachowski. So Lily Wachowski, you know, is one half of the Wachowskis who directed the Matrix movies. We did talk not so long ago that there is another Matrix movie being made, this time by Drew Goddard. He's supposed to be writing and I believe directing it. But Lily has a new idea that she wants to put forth, and it's a action film called The Hunted that's supposed to feature an all trans cast. But of course, due to DEI and the whole Trump regime and all that other mess that's currently going on, she feels like that is the reason why that Hollywood will not touch this film. So, filmmaker Lily Wachowski is working to get her next project called The Hunted out of late stage production. But the Bound and Matrix director says nobody in Hollywood wants to finance the thriller, which is budgeted at around 10 million because of its trans representation. She said people like it, but they really don't want to make it because it's got wall to wall trans cast, Wachowski said on KCRW's The Business podcast last Friday. I have to get creative and figure out different ways I can get this in front of people, saying this is a script that was extremely important to me to write. It was a response to what's happening in the world for trans people, and it gave me a hugely cathartic receptacle to dump all of my anger and rage and frustration into. Well, maybe you need to figure out how did Turning Point, wait, what's that mess with Ben Shapiro? How'd they get that money for that horrible ass movie they made with Jonathan Majors? That anti immigration and anti that xenophobic and Islamophobic rhetoric bullshit film that they got coming out. And don't even get me started on that Uber Bowl movie. That what was it? Citizen Vigilante. How they come up with that coin? Or maybe what you could do is crowdfund it. Eli Ross, say what you want about him and that Ice Cream Man movie, but he was able to go to the people and crowdfund $5 million to get his movie made. So if you can find somebody that can throw up a little bit of coin title, and then you can reach out to the people, be like this that you want this movie made and what it's about, and if they people donate the money, they could be producers or something on it. Then you can get this film made. But yeah, maybe you might have to wait till this regime is done, and then people feel safe to not be using trans people as scapegoats in order to get this movie made. But like you said, you got to come up with a creative way. Then you figure out what you need to do. Now, Wachowski co-wrote the project with her partner Mickey Ray Mahoney while facing difficulties getting The Hunted off the ground, which is currently in development through Anarchist United and Natasha Lyonne's Ariadne banner. Wachowski assembled a live table read at Los Angeles' Dynasty Typewriter Theater from August 7th to the 8th. So I'm just going to go out and I'm going to grab that trans joy with all of my friends. Wachowski said of her thought process. It's not the thing that I had imagined it was going to be, but the end result is the same. Now, Wachowski, as you know, is known for her sci-fi collaborations with her sister, Lana Wachowski, who's also trans. Because remember, y'all watched The Matrix, they were dudes. Now they've transitioned. So it's Lana and Lilly. I always find it funny, like you have two siblings that transition. But then again, if you look at The Matrix, it's a bit of a trans allegory in that movie. And Bound, I love Bound. But post those films, they had some clunkers. Like Speed Racer was a chop. Don't even get me started on Jupiter Ascending. That movie was horrible. They made a lot of stinkers. But if this is something that they're passionate about, I really hope that they're able to make this damn movie. Um and don't forget about what was the other movie they did with Halle Berry? Cloud Atlas. That was a bad one too. Matrix Evolution is not my favorite also. And don't even get me started on because I believe didn't she also direct, or was it the other sister? Directed the Matrix, the last Matrix movie, not Revolutions, because Revolutions I didn't like. I do like Reloaded and I like the original. The original will always be my favorite. Reloaded is a lot of fun. Revolutions I did not like it all that much because it takes place in Zion, and Zion is not an attractive place to want to live. Also, so yeah, and then they came out with the fourth one, which was not a good one. So hopefully this movie doesn't suck. I would like to see it. Anything with trans people, I always try to support, but it's unfortunate that a lot of really good films that you could show people in a different light, particularly like whether they're trans or gay or any part of the LGBT spectrum or libidical, as we like to call it, where they're in an action role. We need to see that because we want to see other things where queer people are represented in other ways and in other genres. So hopefully you get this movie made. We'll be rooting for you to get this movie made. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Right now, speaking of trans, let's talk about Laverne Cox. So Laverne Cox finally sat down for an interview with the one and only 22 inches of weave herself, T.S. Madison, to discuss a lot of things that she's been going through, particularly the backlash that she had gotten from being in a relationship with her MAGA boyfriend. Now, I will say this. I watched the full interview. I actually watched it on the train coming home from the Olivia Dean concert. Got my entire life. Shout out to T.S. Madison. She did her big one with that interview, and Laverne sounded as articulate as ever. I definitely feel like people had a right to be upset over how she came across with talking about what had happened with dating the MAGA boyfriend. But I definitely feel like we shouldn't fault her for dating who she dated because she said in the interview that upon dating this guy based off of whatever his politics was, first of all, she said he lied to her about being a cop. She didn't even know he was a cop because at one point, I think she said that he she had mentioned something about defunding the police because she's very political in a lot of conversations that she has, and she was talking about defunding the police with this, that, and the other. He didn't mention that that was his job. She told him that he did something else, and then he had asked her a conversation about redlining and the fact that how Black people had struggled, especially like when you fought in the world, like was it World War II and the Vietnam, like all these different wars and stuff that Black people fought in, how they were not able to get loans from the bank to be able to get their own house, start their own business. Everybody else was included except people like Black folks. And so when you were talking about that and things put in place like redlining and all these other things that prevented Black people from being able to start their own businesses and things, she said that, are you sure you want to have this conversation? After like 3 times, laid it all out for him. And then afterwards, his response was kissing her, and they had sex. So I guess that's how you deal with white guilt. It's like, okay, I don't want, there was too much for me, so now let me stick my dick in you and call it a day. So she was talking about how he turned her out and all this other stuff, and it wasn't just the turning out, because she said that when she was at the time, she wasn't even looking for a boyfriend. It was just, I need me a fuck buddy in LA. I need me a fuck buddy in New York. And I just need somebody to turn me out because, when it comes to trans women, you want that love, but these men are so goddamn fickle. They got 1 foot in and 1 foot out because it's just, they can't get past the trans part. They can't get past, oh, she was once upon, like, y'all are so caught up in genitalia and all that other stuff that it's hard for people to just see the soul in the person and see the person for the person. So Laverne said when she got with this dude, this was the first man that she was in a relationship that she felt really saw her for who she was, saw the human, saw the spirit, saw the soul. And it wasn't just about you get like treat me like a fetish, as so many men do treat trans women. So I understand why she went all in with this man and told about the 2 times she broke up with him because of how he was disrespectful to her, because she said she did a music video where she had to give a guy a lap dance, and she told him, and he was like, okay, well, when you do that video, I don't want to see it. And then she said that she was editing the video and he came home drunk because he was out partying and hanging out with his friends. And that's when he came out her nasty. Because he was like, you ain't tell me that was what you was into. You ain't tell me that you was doing this video. And she was like, I did tell you that I was doing a video. And I said, like, we had a whole conversation about it. So he showed his entire ass. And she was like, oh, no, we need to break up. Then it was another time he showed his ass when they went away on a trip. Said his parents loved him and everything. He even told his parents he was trans. And then they asked him, are you gay? And he said he gagged because he said, no one ever asked me that because I've played all the sports. He's blonde hair, blue-eyed, muscular, works out 6 times a week. When you present all that extra masculinity, in the words of Billy Porter, because that's how he likes to say it, no one's ever going to ask you if you're gay because you embody all those heterosexual or heteronormative stereotypes, that hypermasculinity. So he gagged when you ask because they always assume that, okay, you messing with someone who used to have this gender, which I do love the idea that Laverne said, oh no, I was assigned male at birth. I'm not, that's not what I am. I was assigned this at birth because people, when you come out the womb, they just look at your genitalia and they automatically, you're a man, you're a woman, call it a day. So you can't, and also bringing up the oxymoron of biological and female. That doesn't make sense because biological is something that's alive. So how can you sit and call something biological female when, yeah, you're female, but you're alive? Biological is things that are living, that are breathing, that are moving, that are just existing. So it's like a lot of people fail science and biology in school, clearly. So the deconstructing of sexuality and gender identity I've always found extremely fascinating when it comes to these type of conversations. And I could sit and listen to Laverne talk all day because she's just so informative about all this stuff, particularly, what Black people have had to go through and queer people have had to go through. And I also want to give her an extra shout out because damn it, I damn near felt it in my heart when she brought up Ari Gold. Now she mentioned that he, for those who don't know who Ari Gold was, he was like an openly gay R&B pop singer. I remember when I first saw him on the cover of HX or Next or whatever, I was like, who is this guy? First of all, he was fine as hell. And I remember I was so in love with him that I was like, me and my friend, we went down to XL, the first XL, not the second one. The XL, the one that they showed in Sex and the City. We went down there, he had an album release party, and that's when he released his Space Under Sun album. And I met him, he bought me a drink, we had a conversation, he saw my CD and everything. The cutest thing. And he passed away, I believe, like maybe a year or two. He had cancer. And I remember like he was real, like everybody in the thing, Peppermint, um Kevin Aviance, they were like close. Definitely. It was a bunch of that was like this is all like the time we was all coming up together. It was like me, Laverne, Ari, Kevin. We was all up in the scene together. So Peppermint too. I remember when Peppermint was Peppermint Gummy Bear. That's how far back we go with Peppermint in the scene. But and then I posted a picture of me the other day. If y'all saw my social medias of me with Yuhua and Britta Filter. I told her Chris has been around. But anyway, so yeah, so overall it was a really good, and basically the Ari Gold thing why I brought it up because he said that, yeah, even though he identified as gay, he slept with women too. So it was like he was sleeping with men, he was sleeping with women. It was just like sexuality is a construct. It's not as black and white as so many people try to make it. It's like you go with how you feel. If you find a woman attractive and you can get it up and get it up in her, why not? I've slept with women before. I'm not a gold star homosexual. So it was a great interview. It's funny enough, I was talking about all of this, and I even played a clip where she talked about um the being in the relationship with the guy. She said if he lied with that, I wouldn't have messed with like how he wasn't forthcoming about who he was. So I'm gonna play a little bit of that clip but overall, I just want to play a little bit of the clip because I'm like, but if you have to or not have to, I would like for you, if you can, to watch the full interview and truly understand blackness, transness, all the nuances in the interview with TS. So let's play this clip. We'll come back and talk. Please.
He lied to me. He knew that it was a problem. If he led with that, I wouldn't have fucked with him. If he had led with the cop, I wouldn't have fucked with him. So he purposely withheld that information. This is the truth. This happened. He purposely withheld that information because he knew. Because literally, I think when he finally told me he was a cop, he said the first, and I don't remember this, but he said the first time we met, it was July 1st, 2020. He said, you said we need to defund the police. Because remember in 2020, we were on the defund the police tip. I was on the fence about it, but I literally just come from like this Zoom workshop about defunding the police and reallocating resources. I was on the defunding I was hard. I said that when we met, we need to defund these police and blah, blah, blah. It's 2020, bitch. So he was like, I'm definitely not telling her I'm a cop now. So if you are, he's a cop. He's about his business, whatever. And then he's with a woman who says we need to defund the police. He chooses not to tell her because he wants to fuck, because he wants to whatever. But that's the reality. So I was very clear about who I was, and he was not clear about who he was.
Well, it was about the clip. I mean, the clip was about the cut. But yeah, and the most part, what people need to also realize is that, especially with trans, because I know some people are like, well, you could do better. You're just settling. I'm like, really? Because when it comes to trans people, like I said, when men are 1 foot in, 1 foot out, for the most part, when it comes to these type of relationships, they treat trans women like they're a damn fetish. So when you sit up there and say that you could do better, that's some bullshit. So in so many ways, trans people will take crumbs, or some people say take shit and turn it into a diamond. So that's usually how it comes out. She also talks about another thing, how anti-DEI backlash cost her everything, and luckily she had her little funds and everything that was set up so she could still support herself. But it got to a point where it got really bad that she had to go, like people had to literally go in their, like a lot of people had to leave New York, leave LA, go home, live with their parents because they were trying to make it in Hollywood. And because of DI and Trump and all this other mess, it cut off their resources from wanting to continue working. And to make so, luckily, Laverne says that she's had ways that she could still make that happen. It's funny. I probably should play that clip for y'all because all of a sudden I'm finding all these damn clips. Because we're talking about anti-DI backlash cost to everything. Let's play that clip. Wait, hold on. And then I'm gonna play the one with T.S. Madison defending her, telling y'all can suck my dick. That's what she said, not me. And she still got hers. And that's another thing that a lot of people think, like, you need to get rid of your genitals. Why? Why I got to get rid of my? If I want to still, there's some men who love that want the girls to, having somebody whose exterior is they got the titties, they got all that stuff, but you got a little meat between me down there, so I can play with your ding-a-ling, and then you got the boobs. Some men like that. Y'all saw what happened when Electra went and got her bottom surgery, how her man went and was like, now if I wanted a regular woman, I would go out and get me one. You had a little something, you were something different. So now you want, but at the end of the day, that wasn't what made Electra happy. She had to be herself and be her fully formed woman. And it cost her. stability and finances. But she finds herself in the end if y'all watch Pose. But anyway, let's play this clip and we'll talk.
Things have divested from the way that they used to be.
Correct.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
I've been very blessed in my career post Orange is the New Black, where I was working for multinational corporations, Netflix, Amazon, a show on CBS, college speaking tour that lasted for many years. So colleges and universities, I was selling out houses, standing ovations, done commencement speeches. And that was a huge part of my business. So it was a three-pronged approach because my acting colleagues who have 4 Emmy nominations and who've been on hit shows, who have similar resumes, work more as actors than I ever have. I'm happy for them, but I'm trans. There's fewer opportunities for me. But I've been lucky that I've been able to have a three-pronged approach where it was branding, speaking, and acting. Very few years I made more money acting than speaking or branding. It was mainly speaking, and then branding came later. And so that was how I was making my money. And when in 2023, when the right wing really did its thing after Bud Light and Target, corporations divested from Pride. They divested from hiring trans people. They divested from anything that was perceived as quote unquote DEI or trans ideology. Corporations divested, universities divested, and we have a regime that will defund a university if they are appear to be promoting anything that's DEI or trans ideology. I'm Black and I'm trans, honey. So like,
Right.
I taught acting before. I was like, I want to teach. I was going to just do some workshops. A friend of mine who's a professor and teaches acting graduate students. Most university programs for acting focuses on theater, and it's totally different than film and TV. I have that experience. I have 4 Emmy nominations. I still study acting. We were going to get me teaching. And it wasn't. It was just the university was scared that it would be perceived, me teaching acting would be perceived as DEI or trans ideology. So that is the environment that we live in right now. And so because that's how I made most of my money, it's gone. So it's a gag, but it's life. And I definitely had a moment when I was like, I should be really careful. Because I'm already losing all these opportunities. And then I'm in the new Animal Farm, and we were at the premiere, and it was Orwell. And I was like, where is George Orwell? I can speak freely. And I went in and went off on the red carpet, and it felt so good.
Yeah, so at this point, it's just like, I don't know, Laverne, I mean, I understand you are a stickler for the entertainment industry, and you're that girl who's very well spoken, and you don't want to speak out of term too much for all other stuff. But there has to come a point in time where you just got to be like, well, if this is how y'all gonna play with my career, then fuck y'all. There has to come a point where you gotta be able to figure, like, you can't depend on the coins of the mainstream entertainment industry to make your career happen. You're gonna have to get out here and hustle bustle like T.S. Madison. It's like, yeah, I end up in I got a couple of gigs doing TV shows and movies and this, that, and the other. But my foundation is I have the fag talk thing, which they did do an episode today. So I don't know if they talked about the Laverne Cox interview. They probably did, because Craig was seething at the mouth wanting to talk about that, because he was trying to be messy in the last episode in regards of Laverne and the MAGA cop. And yes, TS was defending her in the thing, which is why I'm going to show you this clip where she was defending her on her own show. So there's that. So I'm sure that today when they did their episode of Fat Talk, they probably talked about it. I don't know, the hustle and bustle. She has music that she does, or maybe do like a city winery tour where you actually together something where you just having a kiki with your friends, and you have a Q&A from the fandom, like do what Funky Dineva and Maddie is doing. What is that topic? And hold on, because now it's like it's not. I gotta probably stop that and then re-add it, because that's freaking annoying. I hate when it does this. So we're gonna get to that clip and then we're gonna talk. Please hold.
I felt like it was a trial to me. And because you've done so much and you've been this pristine figure and this beacon in our community, I felt like that people felt like, well, this is the time that I can get on here and ring her up and be like, I was like, if I was Laverne, I'd have told them motherfucker, suck my dick. Because you bitches was not finna sit up here and tell me this happened in my fucking life. I told you what it happened. It was, and it did, and it was not no more. I shared an experience that I ain't have to share with none of you motherfucking hosts. And okay, y'all got y'all dissertations about it, but y'all, they had you like on a trial. I felt like you were on trial. And it made me so mad because I was like, how are you other girls, you trans, like, got this woman on trial, bitch? And we done did some foul, especially sex workers. We don't know who we done fucked and sucked and who we, or some of us got fucking boyfriend that don't even daylight with us, bitch. And you want to wear this woman out because she shared her, this was your story.
Well, I love Olay. I love Olamide Lauren. I actually interviewed her for my podcast. I live for her. She reached out and she said, it's trending, it's the topic. I would love to talk about it, but I wouldn't want to talk about it without you. And because I trust Olay, I said absolutely immediately. And it was a week before we did it. And she said she'd like to bring in some people from the community. I said absolutely. And I said yes because I live for Olay. Olay is everything.
She's very smart.
And I am not above reproach. I am not, hold on.
Okay.
I am not above reproach. I remain teachable and I remain accountable. And my people, as much as I can, I've lived my life, but because I shared that publicly, I don't want anyone to think that I'm above accountability to my community who was hurt. There were people who were genuinely hurt by that information, who were fans of mine, who unfollowed me and will never fuck with me again. There were people who were disappointed. There were people who had all kinds of other narratives going on. And because I love my people, I'm accountable to them to an extent. When things are in good faith, when the critique is in good faith, and I can distinguish that, there were good faith critiques.
Okay, well, I mean, and to continue on with that, I think a lot of people also felt that, yeah, because there were people that were saying, oh, you should have took that to your grave. Why would you bring that? And funny enough, I was probably one of the people that told her, sis, you should have took that to your grave. But she was like, you know what? That was a story that needed to be told. And I was doing a play where we were just going through some of the crazy things that was going on in my life. And I think what she said was that maybe what rubbed a lot of people the wrong way was the way she presented the story. It felt like you were living for the moment. You were salivating. Oh, I was with this blonde haired, blue eyed man. And he was a cop and he was MAGA. And it's like you were just living for the moment. But she might have been, as she was talking about it, thinking back to them times when he wore her ass out in the bedroom. So maybe she was having a flashback to that as she was telling the story. But the way it came across to people who weren't there and witnessing and understood what the nuances of this relationship, it came across like you were gloating. And I think that's what rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And they felt disappointed by Laverne because Laverne has always been running around here talking about black power and trans power and all that other stuff. And now they saying, oh, now you out here cooning for the white people. Like they done tripped you up in the business. And we already deal with this conversation surrounding anybody black and gay automatically getting in interracial relationships. We've seen it happen many a times when it comes to the Billy Porters or the Todrick Halls, or, you know, where you say like the Laverne, so many of these people, even now recently I was watching, and I had to turn it off because them two was working my root canal nerve. Lux Noir London sitting down with Mistress Isabel Brooks and they little conversation. I'm like, this episode is tired. I had to turn that shit off. But when she was talking about her white boyfriend and this, that, and the other, and somebody, oh yeah, I let him say the N-word, even though they were joking, I was side-eyeing y'all, being like, I would not be surprised because you give that when you talk. But it kind of just, people automatically fall into that trap. And then they also talked about things such as like cisgender attraction to trans women and the statistics about adult pornography, which means like you saw the statistics that a lot of times when it comes to the Republicans, they said trans porn in 2025 was the second most searched porn after lesbian porn. So she talked about that. And the gag is that we had the most legislative attacks of trans people ever in the history of the U.S. in 2025, and we were the second most searched porn. This is what she told her. She said those things are not unrelated, right? So it was like, yeah, it said the fact that you attracted to something like that, and I'm glad that they mentioned the whole thing about that gay men ain't the ones out here watching it, and not because I'm not. I do not find trans porn attractive, and now I would watch female to male. No, male to female. No, female to male. It was like you see the trans porn with the ones that look like dudes, but they got coochies. I watch those. I'm not watching the T.S. Madison type of porn. I'm not. That's not something the gays like to get into. The gays, more or less, we get into the female to male trans stuff. So I'm glad that she said that. I'm not beyond reproach. If somebody finds what I'm doing wrong, call me out on it. You can call me out on the thing, but it has to be valid. It has to come from a place of genuine concern and not you just all of a sudden come out here with some bullshit, because a lot of y'all are notorious for that too. So if you get a chance, definitely check out the interview with T.S. Madison and Laverne Cox. It is definitely a must watch. Shout out to those smart, beautiful women, because we definitely need these conversations out here regarding this tea. And who else is going to tell it but these two colorful figures? Because I don't know, white people, y'all try to present this, it don't be having the zhuzh and the sprinkles and the colors and all the things that we need to really get that point across. So I say all this to say, what do y'all guys think of this story? Have you watched the interview already? And if you haven't, are you planning on watching it after me doing this lengthy ass topic story on it? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, so let's see what everybody's saying in the comments. Ashton says, long time no see, Chris. Yes, where have you been? Where have you been all my life? I'm not the biggest Charlemagne fan, but when he's right, he's right. He's told Ray J to leave Brandy out of 5-letter ninja slur business. At this point, it screams Meghan McCain because we know who your sister is if you're latch on her. First of all, did y'all see that video of Brandy coming in the apartment, whatever, with her brother or the house, whatever? And then who was it? Adrian Bronner, I think is his name, that funky stink breath, drunken ass boxer who's broke. She looked at him, said, "Hey, how are you?" and kept it moving in a low voice. I heard it. Seconds later, he comes over to her talking about, "Oh, it's okay. You didn't even acknowledge me." She said, "Are you okay?" I'm going back to my car, because it was like he was just doing too much. I was like, okay, now you want attention. But it definitely gives that you just latch on to your sister because she the big famous one. Happy Hard Time interviewed an actress from the original Sleeping Camp. You know her. She's on Sleepaway Camp. Susan Eden, who voiced Meg and Hercules, wants Zendaya and Tom Holland to play Hercules and Meg if Disney does please don't make no more live action versions of animated Disney movies. Should low-hanging fruit prevent me from watching Orange is the New Black after I finish Queer as Folk, or should I just go to the memoir? It's either the Munchers in prison or the L Word. Watch the L Word. The L Word, because that's what I did when I was watching Queer as Folk. Just watch the L Word. I never, no shade, but I never watched Orange is the New Black. I remember all the hype around it. It just wasn't my thing to want to watch. I didn't care. So I've never seen a single episode of Orange is the New Black. But, wait, who we calling low hanging? Anyone trying to shame Laverne is projecting. For the same gays trying to shame her are likely the ones quick to chase a DL guy who would trick with them, then dump them in a dumpster to keep a secret. Okay? Love Laverne, but she got to be more careful about what she reveals about herself. Yeah, but I understood, like, she was, I think, wasn't that for, like, she was revealing something from her book? She was doing, like, a one-woman show or whatever, and she was working out something in a workshop, and she was like, "Oh yeah, at the time I just wanted to, you know, I had a break, so I decided to jump on social media and do like a live, and that came out." So I did watch Girls, but I hated it. Speaking of which, I heard Lena Dunham is doing a musical. I forgot. I think with Carly Rae Jepsen. Hold on, I gotta look that up. Yeah, they're doing a 10 Things I Hate About You musical. That's what they're working on. And it's coming out in 2027. So, but they said Dunham is adapting the musical's book with Jessica Huang, while Jepsen is writing the music and lyrics with Ethan Gruska. Well, look, she might as well jump into that. Carly Rae Jepsen's music definitely gives colorful musical tease, so it's quite fitting for her to jump into that in that world. Wait, oh, you said, did you watch Girls on HBO? I really want to watch Lena Dunham at her peak and see what hipsters of Brooklyn. Please. I felt like it was gentrification hipster tease. That's what that show gave. I hated Girls. Hated that show. I mean, it might be interesting for you to watch, but I remember I watched season one. I'm like, what is this shit? It wants to be Sex in the City so damn bad. When you speak emphatically of a past misstep, some want to claim that you're wearing it like a badge of honor. As one guy I briefly dated said on my speaking on my time in studio adult films. Yeah, it's like you're basically just talking about what you went through. My understanding is Broadway heading into nostalgia as well, because that and because it, like they said, it's hard to open a Broadway play nowadays. It's really difficult to get a Broadway show off the ground and recoup your investment. Did you see that Gap ad where Malcolm Todd covers Robin's Dancing on My Own and everyone dragged him for it? That man is not as hot as he thinks he is, but girls and gays drool over him. Hold on, who's Malcolm Todd? Nuh-uh, not him being a Virgo. Um, no, I haven't seen the video. I'm not even familiar with who this is. You just put me on to somebody. Why they say he cute? Because he tall? I mean, he got a long face, the glasses. You know he got a big old dick, because it definitely gives that. You know them tall, skinny ones. Them tall, skinny white boys, you already know what they come equipped with. A big old penis. Anyway, now speaking of big old penises, let's talk about Heated Rivalry. So Heated Rivalry has cast some people, including my girl Priyanka from this current season that just ended of Drag Race Canada, which I will say this. You know what? I'm kind of beating up myself because I should like this season of Canada's Drag Race should have been something that I did a watch of and a reaction because this season was really good. I hate the fact that it was 6 episodes, but for the most part, that finale, and I've been talking about this on my social media, was everything. They had the reunion in the episode. They fit all that in an hour. They did the reunion. Then they had the girls lip sync for Miss Congeniality, which I live for, and knocked them off one by one. So Michaela Couture won the thing, but they ended up giving it to Pythia. That was weird, but okay. Um, then we had them do the charisma, uniqueness, nerve, and talent thing, where one girl won for charisma, one won for uniqueness, the other nerve, and the other talent. So I like the fact that they did that. And then we got the finale where the final four had to go up against each other. I pretty much knew that it was going to be Michaela Couture. No, not Michaela. That it was going to be two of who the final two was. But I didn't know that it was the one girl I thought was funny enough. I'm now forgetting names. So I wasn't expecting the girl who was gonna win that was gonna win, but she won. So if y'all haven't seen the episode, definitely check it out. I had a great time with Canada's Drag Race. What was it? All Stars? I don't even know what the damn show was called. It was like Canada's Drag Race, All Stars. That's what it was. So, it was definitely a good thing. I hope they keep the panel the of Priyanka and Jimbo. We'll talk about that more when we get to the regular drag race. But I want to settle on this. The only reason why I was getting caught up is because of Priyanka. But Heat of Rivalry has added some people. They are expanding their cast. Emily Hampshire from Schitt's Creek and Marvel's Vision Quest, which they started. I think they just drop a trailer for that. Um, I didn't watch it, but I heard that they dropped the trailer for it. Edvin Writing from the Young Royals and 28 Years Later. Robert Naylor from Mile End Kicks and Cardinal. I don't know what that is. Sabrina Jalise from I Used to Be Funny and Black Mirror. And Priyanka from Drag Brunch, Save My Life, Meet the Next Christmas, and the winner of Drag Race Canada Season 1 will join Hudson Williams, Connor Story, Justice Smith, and Charlie Gillespie in the second season, where it is confirmed to premiere in spring of 2027, which means they'll probably have them coming out as in and out characters, like, somebody coming in and do a little cameo. I do wonder if you're going to have Priyanka in drag as herself, or is she playing a character who happens to be a drag queen, or just a regular gay character on the show? A key question also has been answered in the casting announcement. There's been much online speculation about who will play Wyatt Hayes in season 2, a popular character in Rachel Reed's Game Changer series, and we've learned that Robert Naylor has been tapped for the role. Hayes, a prominent side character in the books, is the starting goaltender for the Ottawa Centaurs. Now, Hampshire will play Vanessa. Oh, it's funny, they answered my question. If I would have kept reading, Hampshire will play Vanessa. Writing is Luca Haas. Thought he was going to say Lucas Haas. I'm like, that's an actor. Jalise is Farah Jalali, and Priyanka portrays Tarek. Now, as previously reported, Smith and Gillespie will play Harris Drover and Troy Barrett, respectively, a couple in the center of Role Model, the 5th book in Rachel Reed's best-selling Game Changer series, which Heated Rivalry is based. Now, after season 1 adapted book 2, Heated Rivalry, which chronicles the budding romance between rival hockey players Shane Hollander and Ilya Rozanov, while also incorporating elements from book 1, Game Changer, featuring Scott and Kip. Heated Rivalry creator Jacob Tierney has said that season 2 will continue Shane and Ilya's story by tackling book 6, The Long Game, while also introducing a new couple by taking on Role Model. And yeah, they pull from different books and decide to make it as a show, which I know some people probably like, why can't just make it just like the book or whatever? And I'm like, nobody ever makes things book accurate. People pull from different places to tell the story that they want to tell. So season 2 is set to premiere on HBO Max in the spring in the United States. But I also remember hearing that who was it? Oh my god, the actor that was on, why is his name escaping me? The one that plays Shane's father on the show. He recently did an interview and said that he got in trouble for revealing something that he wasn't supposed to tell. Apparently they're filming 12 episodes. But what people think is, oh, so they're expanding the budget, meaning that before it was 6, the first season was 6 episodes. Now they're thinking they're gonna get 12 episodes. But the rumor is that they're filming seasons 2 and 3 back to back. So that's the rumor, which I guess would make sense because the 2 actors from the show are becoming extremely popular. And you might want to be able to film all of the season at once, so that way you can have season 2 come out, air when it airs, and then we'll just get season 3 annually instead of us having to wait 2 years for another season, which is what it feels like we're going to get when it comes with season 2. Because first, season 1 came out in 2025. We're not getting season 2 until 2027. That's 2 years. And that's ridiculous that it's taking y'all 6 episodes. It takes y'all 2 years to come out with a 6-episode show. It don't take that long to film 6 episodes. That's like what, a month and a half? If you're doing 1 episode a week. So it'll be interesting to see how this all turns out once it happens. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all and how this whole, how season 2 is all going to turn out and all that stuff. But anyway, so Dylan Walsh, that was the name of the actor who mentioned that. He plays Shane's father in Heat of Rivalry. He was also in Nip Tuck. That's where I remember him from. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Heat of Rivalry? This is the latest on the casting regarding that show. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. we all know why they're doing a Harry Potter book accurate show, because J.K. Rowling hates the original trio. I don't think that's the only reason. I think also the reason is that it's an IP that people are still gravitating towards. I think that people still read Harry Potter, people still love Harry Potter, and with taking on a series, one book a season, that definitely helps because um you can really get into the nuances of everything, that you bring in characters that you couldn't put in the movie because of time restraints. Because when you did Harry Potter the movie, it was what, 2 hour, 2.5 hour film, so they can't really get into that. And I saw that there were people that are on the show that have gone against J.K. Rowling and some of her transphobic rhetoric and have spoken out about it. Kudos to y'all. But what JK needed to do is she needed to deal with her own sexual abuse traumas that she had to deal with at the hands of, back in the day. You need to work that out with all them billions you got in your bank. You can't afford a therapist that can help you workshop through that. The sexual abuse you endured at the hands of, I don't know how many men, but she was abused back then. And you lump in trans people, all that in the category, because trans women used to be men. As we talked about, assigned male at birth. That's how they feel. And now it's like that's not how I identify. Sexual identity gender identity and sexual orientation, two different things. So when she out here spewing this bullshit, her and Roisin Murphy and her one album, One to Have an Ass, what do you get? What do you expect from that? Anthony Fantano addresses and defends giving Slater, when did he do that? A strong 6. The interviewer says it expresses so much feminine rage, and he laughs it all. Did he do this on? I may have to watch that. Well, when you're not a woman, I guess you're not gonna understand, all the whatever that's happening through that. It's funny, if I would have actually remembered the whole thing, they did mention that it was gonna be 6 1-hour episodes of um Drag Race Canada All Stars. Anyway, let's get into. Wait, hold on, because let me finish reading the rest of y'all comments. I'm not really buying it. I think it's more than the anti-turf thing. I think something more happened that led to the fallout. I would hate for him to review okay? In a new video posted on his second channel 10 minutes ago, yes, I left your live during the Heat of Rivalry topic to check it out for a bit. All right, y'all, so let's get into our final topic. And let's talk about Drag Race. So this should come as no surprise to anybody. I don't know why they're still doing these announcements about, well, we've been renewed for season 19. I'm like, girl, we knew. Y'all filmed it over the summer. And now Rue has put out a casting call for y'all to send in y'all tapes for season 20. So why do y'all already know? We already know y'all already filmed it. Y'all did All Stars. The rumors are out there and all this other stuff. And then y'all make an official announcement that, well, we have a new season of Drag Race coming. No shit, Sherlock. But like we do every year, we talk about it. So, RuPaul's Drag Race has been renewed for season 19, also beginning in All Stars 12. So yeah, they're back again. MTV has renewed RuPaul's Drag Race for its upcoming 19th season, while Paramount Plus has additionally greenlit new seasons of the All-Star spinoff. The renewals come after the mainstay series celebrated its 18th season, where Mikey Meeks was crowned America's Next Drag Superstar. RuPaul's Drag Race also recently received 11 Emmy nominations this award season, with RuPaul earning his 11th consecutive nomination for Outstanding Reality or Reality Competition Program Host. Season 18 notably delivered double-digit growth over the previous season and set a new franchise premiere viewership record. RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars wrapped its season 11 on Paramount Plus in July, with Crystal Method winning and becoming the first person of Mexican descent to win the mainstay series. With the renewal announcement came additional orders for Untucked, which has been kind of dry. Well, it's been dry for years, quiet as it's kept. Companion series and takes viewers behind the scenes of the show. RuPaul's Drag Race, RuPaul's Drag Race Untucked, RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars, and RuPaul's Drag Race All Stars Untucked are produced by World of Wonder Productions. Nearly 20 years later, what began as a dream has become an extraordinary global movement. I can't believe it was 20 years ago that I was in fucking college, because that was when I first got into RuPaul's Drag Race. And not only that, but like I said, they just mentioned that we're getting they're looking for people to send in their videos for season 20. And Ru wore this wig while she was asking. I'm like, girl, that wig was a choice. And a chop. So nearly 20 years later, what began as a dream has become an extraordinary global movement. We owe endless thanks to our partners at MTV and Paramount Plus, along with every queen, judge, crew member, and fan who has built RuPaul's Drag Race, World of Wonder said in a statement. Drag brings people together in powerful ways, and we are honored to keep celebrating new voices and sharing iconic moments with the world. RuPaul's Drag Race has won the esteemed Best Reality Competition Program Emmy 5 times. It was the category's powerhouse before Traitors began its dominance in 2024. Michelle Visage, judge and executive producer, told The Hollywood Reporter that Drag Race reclaiming the Best Reality Competition Series Emmy this year would be a statement without saying it's a statement. I think it will be championing in a way that voices are being heard without saying things. It's a statement without saying it's a statement. You know what I mean? Besides, it sounds like you don't want to come out of the pocket and talk about, yeah, with the regime going after queer people and drag queens and trans women and all this other stuff. It's like we're showing that queer people are still here. They're prominent figures in the world, and you can't prevent them from being a force because of this show being such a force. And she went on to say, especially what was going on in the political climate. But we are grateful just being in that class of people that we're in, being nominated, being included, being thought of as truly an honor. We spread the love. We're still celebratory. But if we did win, it's definitely a we're not going anywhere type of statement. So that was cute or whatever. And yeah, so we're getting all of that. Plus, on top of that, as I mentioned earlier, congratulations to Drag Race Canada, or what was it called? Drag Race Canada All Stars, where with 6 episodes, you had Brooklyn Heights, Priyanka, and Jimbo as your judges. I think they need to keep it as that from now on, because I definitely feel that with the show, the judges coming from a place of we've been where you are, where we competed on the show and we won 2 out of the 3, because Brooklyn didn't win, but she won a show though, right? She won a hosting gig to host a show. But Priyanka won her first season of Drag Race Canada, and Jimbo, although she got fucked over twice in Canada, she actually won in the US, which I thought was kind of shady that y'all did that. But then y'all bring Jackie Cox to Canada and eliminate her in the first episode. Where they do that at? But I like, as I said before with Canada's Drag Race, I like the way that they did it, which is like they had the girls competing for the Miss Congeniality. You had the reunion up in there. And then you had the final 4 kind of going at it, where they had to, bring it to the end, which I knew from the beginning that it was going to be Aurora Matrix and Near Enough as your top 2 queens, because I was like, yeah, I love Jada Shada. And when they were doing Cut to the Feeling, and then she did a little slow microwave move, that was a cackle, and it was a key. I was living. And what was the other one that was up there? Sam Landry. I was like, yeah, she was cute or whatever, but I didn't see her making it in the top 2. I like Tiffany Ann Cole. First of all, that's such a weird name that you call yourself. I like Tiffany Ann Cole, but she was floundering in the whole time, so I knew she wasn't going to make it to the top 4. She was just getting by. So I knew at the end of the day, it was going to be Aurora Matrix and Near Enough. In my gut, I wanted Aurora Matrix to win. I thought they were going to give it to Near Enough, but they shocked me when they was like, oh, they gave it to Aurora. So she is your winner of Drag Race Canada All-Stars. And so congratulations to her. But I did say the way they did that finale, and it was that's an unpopular opinion, but I definitely think the way that the Canada Drag Race All-Stars did their finale, they need to incorporate that in all the franchises. And for the most part, a lot of people agree. There was some that didn't, which is expected. I don't expect everybody to agree with what I'm saying. But for overall, that's, it was a mixed bag, but mostly everybody was on my side in regards to that, in agreement. So shout out to RuPaul's Drag Race. It is the little engine that still is going. And except for Stop That Train, which was horrible, but it's a little engine that keeps on happening. And as I said, we need more shows with drag in it that's not part of Drag Race that is showing that whole situation. Because I love drag. I love the art of drag. I like everything about it. We just need more drag representation outside of Drag Race that's on our TV screens. So with all that being said, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? We are getting a 19th season of Drag Race, which we all pretty much knew, but it was also announced today. RuPaul put out a video. I would play it, but I don't know if it'll get flagged because Property of World of Wonder and Paramount and all that stuff. She said they're sending y'all videos. I mean, if you look up online, you'll probably be able to find where you can send it and all that. I mean, look, 20 seasons in, y'all should know where to send the shit by now. But yeah, so we also not only has season 19 been greenlit, she's looking for y'all to send your audition tapes for season 20. So whatever y'all thoughts are on this matter, and also I should probably add in there, the people have been saying we need a break from All Stars. Y'all keep giving it every damn year. Y'all putting too much of the All Stars out every year, but they continue to do it. Also, I'm gonna say this: how's it that y'all put the challenge on Paramount Plus, but no Drag Race? Why do I have to go and find other venues to I gotta go and subscribe to Philo again in January because I just canceled my subscription. I'm like, I don't even watch anything on there. So now I gotta go to Philo, reignite my subscription with them so that way I can watch Drag Race. Like, that's ridiculous. So it'd have been much better if it was on Paramount Plus. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I remember he had a problem with Jagged Little Pill ranking so high on the Rolling Stone 500 or so. He did comment about it. Yeah, fuck him. He doesn't understand females in music. Just review stuff you understand. Well, what's the point in that? You got to go viral. So, him critiquing negatively Slater's Worst Girl in America, that's going to have him go viral. That pays the bills. Sydney Sweeney moves into Zionist's home while his divorce is still happening. It seems the mom wants primary custody because he's uncomfortable with the age gap, saying typical 40-plus midlife crisis. Well, Scoot out being a hot mess. Next thing you know, you're going to tell me water's wet. But anyway, we finally made it to we made it through the wilderness. Somehow we made it through. So now we are officially at the end of today's 4.5-hour show. I wasn't expecting to go on that long, but that's what we are. I will not be on tomorrow because I'm working the final night of Olivia Dean's show, but I will be back on Wednesday to kiki with y'all with some more celebrity news and gossip. So before y'all get up out of here, hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, do all the things to help this channel get out there into that good old algorithm. Love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.